Okay, so we'll call the January 7th meeting of the Planning Commission to order. And the first item on the agenda is the election of officers. Is there a nomination for the office of president? Commissioner Lanfear?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to place in nomination the name of Commissioner Stephen Frias for president. And after a second, I would like the opportunity to state my reasons for that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion on the nomination? Commissioner Lanfear.
Thank you. I place Commissioner Frias's name in nomination, and for those who may be here this evening and not familiar with him, or those who are listening, Mr. Frias has served on the commission for over 3 years. He has, during that time, demonstrated an ability to work with his fellow commissioners, with staff, with attorneys, and with members of the public. He follows the requirements of our comprehensive plan, our ordinances, our regulations, and the law. He is always prepared and often encourages participation by his fellow commissioners. He is a good listener and respectful of others, all of which are important qualities in a president. He has a capacity to speak plainly and concisely and move matters to a conclusion. He exhibits a strong regard for the city of Cranston, its neighborhoods, businesses, and residents. And for those reasons, I have placed his name in nomination for president.
Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the nomination, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you all who voted for me. Thank you for your kind words. I was going to say I probably could give a speech right now, but I do so much talking anyway at these meetings, and we have a long agenda, that I'm just going to plow forward and just know I'm here for the last 3 years, and I'm here now. What I do the best I can to keep Cranston a wonderful suburban community. Thank you very much. All right, any nominations for vice president? I'll nominate Rob Coop, our current vice president.
I'll second it.
Second by, I'll say Dave Exter. I think I heard his voice. I think Rob's done a great job over the years. He provides a good balance for all of us here. He has a lot of experience in the housing area, so his opinions are certainly valued. Is there any other discussion about Mr. Coop's nomination, or if there are any other nominations?
I'll just say thank you. I appreciate the comments and the nomination.
Seeing no other nominations, seeing no other comments, all those in favor of Mr. Coop being our vice president, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Coop. We are co-piloting this ship. All right. Next on the agenda is to welcome our new commissioner, Co Renzulli. I've spoken to Commissioner Renzulli. She is eager to join us and continue her time in public service. However, she is in the process of obtaining an advisory opinion from the Ethics Commission to ensure there is no issue from going directly from the City Council to a board of the city. I expect that opinion to be favorable to her, but out of abundance of caution, she wanted to get an opinion before coming here. But I expect to see her next month in February. So that's the update on Commissioner Renzulli. Next on the agenda is executive session. Solicitor Marcella has informed me that Mr. Stiles, the attorney for the city, is not available here today. Unfortunately, I believe he is serving his country. I don't remember in what, and actively. I can't remember if it's the National Guard or Army Reserve.
I was told Marines, actually.
Step up, Marines. In the Marines, so he will unfortunately not be here, and therefore, because he is not here, we will not be going into executive session. I apologize to those who have taken the time to come out tonight about this. In the future, if we do get notice ahead of time, we will correct the agenda so that you don't learn about it tonight. So, Commissioner Lanfear, I know you've made this motion in the past for us to go into executive session. I'd like to hear your suggestion about continuing this to which date that's convenient, you believe, for yourself and others here.
And before you go, Kathleen, Ryan says he will be available at the February date, if you wish to continue it to that date.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Lanfear.
Thank you.
Please press the button.
It is pressed.
Okay.
I would just like to say that I think it's important that we try to do it as soon as we can. There may be things that are revealed to us during executive session where we feel that we need to take some action or bring something to someone's attention. I understand from counsel that right now the matter is not being addressed by the Supreme Court, but no one can tell us exactly when that may happen. So I think it would be best to do it as quickly as we can. I am not certain that I will be available for the February meeting. So if it is possible to do it in the next week or two at a separate session, I would be willing to do that, but I don't want to inconvenience my fellow commissioners. So I would leave that to the group to decide.
Solicitors, Marcella, what do you know of the availability of Mr. Stiles?
I don't know when he's going to be back. He didn't, I wasn't expecting that
Answer.
answer.
Yes, okay. All we know for sure, Commissioner Lanfear, is that Mr. Stiles is going to be back by February. So I don't know if setting a special meeting for later this month, he'll be able to attend, and scheduling a meeting for one purpose when we don't know if he's going to be there, I think is not the most efficient use of our time. I think the best thing we can do right now is schedule for February 4th. I will speak with you ahead of the time to see if you'll be available. If you're available, we'll go forward. If you're not available, we will schedule another time to do that. Is that sufficient for you, Commissioner Lanfear?
Yes, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. And there are any other comments about this topic of moving the date on the executive session? Vice President Cope.
I am also interested in this, and I know that I will not be available on February 4th because I have a conference out of state that I have to attend. So I would also support the idea of moving it to a later date.
Okay.
Knowing this, why don't we do this? Why don't we continue it to February 4th?
Okay.
I'll speak to DeSisto Law, I'll speak to the law firm, see when Ryan will be back, when he's available in February, and then we can, if the board wishes, we can address a special, might actually be better, because we wouldn't take up a night, that people are available, a special meeting within that time frame of February. Also, that might be the best plan.
Does that seem acceptable to Commissioner Lanfear and Vice President Coop?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Are there any other comments or suggestions from my colleagues on this topic? Okay, then I would suggest that either somebody make a motion to continue this to the February 4th meeting. Commissioner Lanfear has made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Barberi. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is the approval of minutes. Before I get to that, just so everyone understands the time, this is a pretty lengthy agenda. I don't want to be here past 11 o'clock. I don't think my colleagues do either. So I'm trying to move this along. But if we do take a break on this agenda, I'm thinking about 9 o'clock. or 8:30. So just let everyone know ahead of time as they plan bathroom breaks. Okay, approval of minutes. Let me start out by indicating I have passed out some revised minutes. If you look at those minutes, they're generally just small wording changes. The only more substantive things in my amendments are, number one, to make clear that one of the votes was not a roll call vote. That's on the third page. And also on the third page, to make it clear that the applicant was related to the prior owner of the property. The other amendments that have been presented is for Mr. Smith, our former chairman Smith has made some slight corrections to the comments he made at the December 3rd, 2024 meeting, approximately about the establishment of when the commission was established, the number of people served, et cetera. With that said, this is a little bit awkward since I've made the minutes, but I'll make a motion to adopt the changes that I have set forth here in the minutes, and along with Chairman Smith's amendments to the minutes. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Exter. Is there any discussion about these changes to the minutes or any other changes? Commissioner Lampier.
Just one other change. At the bottom of page 1, continuations, it says, upon a motion made by Commissioner Lanfear, if we could just precede that with, upon being advised that the law firm of DeSisto and DeSisto was not available for executive session, and then continue. A motion was made so that the record reflects why we continued the executive session.
Okay. We can include that in the motion. Mr. Exter, do you have any objection to that, including onto the motion?
No.
Okay, that's a friendly amendment. Any other amendments? Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of these amendments to the minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to subdivision and land development projects. The first is the 9 Clawell subdivision. This was before us last month to set the stage for our discussion here. Last month, the commissioners, some issues were raised regarding this project, namely the issue of the density of the parcel and whether or not that was in conformance with the comprehensive plan. And secondly, the hardship issue, or whether or not the applicant was creating his own hardship and about the lot being merged. So I wanted to hand this over to the applicant to see what further argument or evidence he would like to present to us today. Mr. Conlon. Thank you.
Yeah, Dylan, is the light on?
There we go, thank you. So this evening, is there any chance we could pull up the GIS overlay? It would be, is that in here?
Yeah.
In the presentation? Right, so.
And name and address for the record, please.
Dylan Conley, attorney on behalf of the applicant. My address is 123 Dyer Street, Suite 2B in Providence, Rhode Island, 02903. So when you take a look at that map, there's a relatively clear lot pattern. There are some double lots, but usually there's a lot every every 5,000 square feet. There's an existing duplex. Based on the location of the duplex, it's a relatively obvious view from the oversight that there was a lot to my left, on the left side of the image of the highlighted red lot. And so I thank the chairman for summarizing the concerns raised. I know that there was concerns related to density, and we are trying to determine what other concerns there might be in terms of issues that we have control over. So we can control whether or not the existing structure is a duplex or a single family. We can control whether or not the proposed structure is located in one portion of the lot or another. What we seem to be a little bit bound by is the natural layout of the lots in the area, which would suggest a two-lot subdivision, just splitting the lots directly in half. I understand the concerns that were raised by this board. We are not intending to request a vote this evening because we don't have something that we're confident will meet all of the concerns raised by the board at the previous meeting. But what we are hopeful to do is try to take this opportunity to get direct feedback on what could be done to improve the quality of the application.
So, Mr. Conley, you are not asking for a vote this evening?
We are not. We would be looking to continue it, but we did want to take the opportunity to request direct feedback from this board on exactly what concerns there are. Otherwise, we would be kind of just running in circles. And so we wanted to improve the quality of the application. I know that density was raised as a concern. I don't know if there's anything else that is a concern that we can address.
Okay. Let me start out with me, and then the other commissioners can speak. The problem with the density issue is that you're above the comprehensive plan number. I don't see how you can change that, because as soon as you build one more unit there, you're above the density. That's the way I understand it. On the hardship issue, which I think is a concern of even more of the commissioners potentially, the statute is pretty clear that the applicant can't create his own hardship. And there's case law that indicates you can't subdivide a parcel and therefore create the hardship. And so the problem is that the evidence that we have is that what appears to be two lots was merged many generations ago, based on the government records we have, and therefore there is one lot. And therefore, to subdivide it, you are therefore creating your own hardship. That's just kind of like case law. That's the problem. So I don't see what we can do with your project. It's just the fact that putting the project itself is problematic legally. And it's nothing about, like I've said this at the other meeting, it's not about the applicant, it's not about you, it's not about anything, it's just what it is. So if my fellow colleagues want to comment at all, if they have anything else or things they want to bring up about it, that,
Yeah, I do have a quick question. Sure. Have you had the opportunity to take a look within that radius map and see how many properties are equal to the size that you're proposing?
Yes.
And what would that number be?
Offhand, I'm not sure, but it is greater than 50%.
Beth, do you have that information that Mr. Carrera was requesting, Commissioner Carrera?
Thank you, I'm sorry. 50-foot of frontage is common for the two-family homes in this neighborhood, and there are 30 two-family houses within 400 feet, and half of them are on 500 square foot lots. So all the lots were originally platted as 500 square feet.
Okay.
So you mean 5,000 square feet?
Yes, thank you, Frank.
Okay.
I guess although it doesn't sort of comply with what we have for a comprehensive plan, but isn't that why this commission is here? To grant the variances, to be able to review these opportunities and be able to make a decision? If we only follow the law as it's presented, we don't need to be here. Because all he does is look at the law says this, and that's it. So I think part of our role here is to be able to look at this, exercise some common sense, look at what's going on within the neighborhood, and see if, in fact, this opportunity does comply with what's going on in the neighborhood. So in the absence of that, I'm not sure why we would need to continue this and continue to go through and follow through on laws, yet we're here as a commission to be able to take variances and take relief for those.
Any other comments from my commissioners? Commissioner Lampier?
I would disagree with that, Commissioner, and the reason for that is that we are charged with abiding by and following the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan has a lot of different elements, but we are bound to do that, and when a matter is appealed, the courts look to whether or not we have abided by our comprehensive plan. And with respect to the hardship issue, I don't think that we can just ignore the requirements of state law, which says an applicant cannot create their own hardship. And unless Mr. Conley can, and that was going to be my question to you, was can you explain to me how the applicant in this case did not create the situation from which he is now asking for relief?
So I think it's a really interesting concept that the nature of requesting a subdivision and relief simultaneously is inherently creating your own hardship. I think the challenge with that and the requirement to stand by state law is that state law expressly states that if you're requesting a subdivision and a variance at the same time, you go through the process of Unified Development Review. The existence of Unified Development Review is either the creation of a self-hardship in which therefore no relief can ever be granted underneath Unified Development Review, or if we take into the reading the entirety of the code and state law, the fact that there is an express provision that says if you are seeking a subdivision and a variance, you can go to Unified Development Review implies that you're not creating your own hardship inherently by seeking both a subdivision and a dimensional variance at the same time. I would also suggest it's a very common practice across the entire state. It's been upheld, and I had a case upheld a few months ago that was both a dimensional variance and a subdivision. So it's not a legal impossibility. If the question is specific to this case, how did we not create our own hardship? It's an interesting fact pattern that we may end up briefing for this board, and we may end up going into some detail with it. But I think primarily a property owner does not create their own hardship when a municipality downzones their lot. And if they could have two single-family homes there, then a municipality says you cannot, then the municipality has created the hardship because they've removed property rights from you. So I think there are two key points to respond to there. First is that Unified Development Review is legal. And so the argument that requesting a subdivision and dimensional relief simultaneously is creating your own hardship is disproved by the existence of Unified Development Review in and of itself. And then secondarily, the restrictions placed on the property were not created by the property owner, but rather the municipality changing the rules after property ownership. So it's functionally a regulatory taking. Now, I really don't want to kind of drift down the legal argument pathway, because that's sort of what we were really hoping to do, is find a way to solve the problem within the built space. I think when you look at the pattern of the neighborhood not just on the street, but in the area more generally, homes on lots of that size are really, really, really typical. In fact, it's sort of the odd man out that there isn't a structure there. And we were hoping to find a pathway that would allow us to conform to our neighborhood, because right now we do not. And so in our goal of conforming more closely to our neighborhood, we were hoping to find a way that we could get there. To the extent that density was a concern, we can address that through a subdivision that maintains the identical density that is on the site right now. 2 single families is the same as a duplex. If there were other concerns, we could address that as well.
The density issue, to me, it's pretty clear. So if there's a way of doing it to keep the density, we can talk about that. The hardship issue is a legal issue. And it's not, to me, it's almost like a briefing type issue, like you're talking about a brief. First, I should do this because I forget, I'm not the chairman. Is there any other comments or anyone else has at the?
Yeah, I'd
Vice
like to
President
weigh
Coop,
in
thank
as
you.
well. Thanks. Because I, in part, agree with Commissioner Corey, because we do sometimes exceed the density in the comprehensive plan, because the comprehensive plan is a really large document that has a lot of different factors that we can weigh and balance. And while some of us are more strictly adherent to the number itself, and others are willing to look at things like the nature of the neighborhood and the character of the neighborhood. So I agree that we should be able to exercise some common sense in weighing the density number with the other factors that are also included in the comprehensive plan. As I said last month, this issue of hardship is, I think we have less flexibility there. This is a legal argument that I have not heard before, whether it will hold up or not. I was going to ask our solicitor, but.
I would say this with this application, I don't believe Mr. Conley or the city would be, the applicant or the city would be well-served without us fighting over that legal argument for the next 2.5 years, which is, by the time you certify the record and get a decision, et cetera, that's what you're looking at, so.
But just to finish up, I would say that I understand the point that this is a piece of property that's big enough for 2 lots to match every other lot in that neighborhood. And the fact that it can't be used, whether it's legally a hardship or not, is a hardship. There's good, valuable, buildable property sitting there that could host a dwelling that looks like every other dwelling in the neighborhood. So I understand the idea that perhaps state law prevents us from approving that, but I also understand that it is a hardship to own that piece of property and not be able to use it.
Are there any other, comments or questions from my colleagues? Solicitor Marcella, the petitioner is seeking a continuance until next month. Is there a time frame where we have to make a decision one way or another on this? I believe there is.
On unified development, I mean, it's opened, and once it's opened, it can be continued by agreement of the applicant. So as long as the applicant agrees, the timeframe is told. So the answer to that is, he's asking for a continuance, so he wouldn't be able to come back next month and say, you didn't decide it, therefore it's a decision by a
Okay,
right.
okay. For me personally, the density issue matters, and the hardship issue is a legal issue. I understand Marcella's comment, Mr. Marcella's comment about spending 2.5 years in Superior Court arguing about the interpretation of hardship. If a majority of this commission, say, I'm just a chairman, and sometimes I'm in the minority over here about things. If the majority of this commission wants to approve this, they can do so. But instead of keep prolonging this, I'm not in favor of this at this time. I don't think Commissioner Lampier is either, but maybe I don't know if Commissioner Coop is. Certainly, it sounds like Mr. Carrero is. But I'm just trying to move this along for everybody, to be honest with you. If there's a majority that wants to vote for this, we can do it. If a majority doesn't, I'll give you a time to do some more legal argument next month. Is that fair?
Except we can't take a roll call vote before the vote.
That's right. I just want to hear their opinions. I'm just asking for people to express their opinions.
For what it's worth, we are, to address the density issue, as that has been the thing identified so far that we can control, we have no objection to a condition of approval that requires us to do single-family homes. So instead of a duplex on 10,000 square feet, it will be a single on 5,000 square feet and a single on 5,000 square feet.
Well, that would eliminate one of my issues. Yep.
One of them I can take care of.
If anyone has any, express an opinion on the hardship, or we'll continue it to next month and ask for your legal brief on why you don't.
So, yeah, so on that offer, given that, would you like a continuance to allow our staff to review an application and give a recommendation based upon the density, et cetera, with a one-family and a one-family, and your client to see if it's construction-wise feasible to make the existing house a one-family? In other words,
Sure.
I don't want to.
I don't want to
I
I don't want to
prolong
press,
this either.
and I don't want to unnecessarily use the board's time. We only get a few hours of board time every month. So I am happy to continue the matter. If there's a board member that wants to make a motion to approve based on those conditions, I won't argue either. But I will request a continuance momentarily in the absence of a motion to approve contingent on 2 single families.
Mr. Zadelis just, Commissioner Zadelis just asked me, and it's really, you're the solicitor, what happens if a motion is made and it's voted down?
Then the application is denied, and either one, you have to wait, Cranston, it's 1 year? 1 year to come back before the board, unless you can show a substantial change in circumstances, which we've been through on other applications. If it's, if it's a change in the law, which actually Mr. Conley successfully argued before you a year ago, or if it's a change in the type of project. In this case, I don't think either would happen, meaning the laws, well, I shouldn't say that. The legislature is working now. It may change in the next couple of months, but the law probably won't change on this, and it's 2 structures. It's not like it's a 20-unit condominium and they come back with a 14-unit condominium. So it would be, for practically speaking, it would be the applicant couldn't come back for another year.
So, as you can see, we don't violate open meeting here. We have no idea what would happen if there's a motion like that.
Every time's unique.
So, unless there's a motion to approve tonight, I'll give it just another few seconds. With the condition that Mr. Conley said, I will I'll entertain a motion for a continuance. So,
I'd like to make a motion to approve with the conditions Mr. Conley has said. I think it's unreasonable to continue to have them go do additional work when ultimately we're going to come to the same conclusion. And again, it is not the first time we've had a 10,000 square foot lot that has been split into 2 5,000 square foot lots, whether it was a hardship that they created or he did not.
okay.
Thank you.
So the motion is the condition that Mr. Conley stated. The condition is that it be 2 single-family homes. Is that correct, Mr. Conley?
That is correct.
Okay, so that is the motion to approve the application, that it would be conformance with the with the statutes related to a subdivision, with the statutes relating to a zoning variance. Is there a second to, with the condition? Is there a second to Commissioner Carrero's motion? Mr. Barberi has made the second. All right. Any further discussion before we take a vote on this? This is your last chance to talk about this if it passes. Okay. All those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Could you please raise your hands? Mr. Coop, Mr. Barberi, Mr. Zadelis, Mr. Carrero. All those opposed signify by saying nay. That is Commissioner Lanphier, Commissioner Mancini, Chairman Frias. 4-3, you have prevailed.
Thank you.
Is there anything else we have to do on this?
Yeah, so we really have to take two votes. The first vote was essentially the zoning vote.
Yep.
Second vote would be to approve the subdivision.
Okay. We will do, Mr. Carrera, would you like to do the motion on the subdivision?
I make a motion that we approve the subdivision as presented.
Okay. All those in favor, excuse me, is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Commissioner Zadalis. Does anyone have a desire to have some discussion about this? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Same 4 individuals as last time. All those who are opposed, please signify by saying nay. Same 3 individuals as last time. You prevail, Mr. Conley and Mr. Aceto, on a 4-3 vote. Congratulations. Is there anything further, Solicitor Marcello, on this?
No, Beth, were there any conditions of the subdivision? Just normal,
The
I'll call it.
approval of variances is always conditional
Yep.
on the approval of the final plan.
Okay.
And that was it? Okay. No, yeah, the only condition being the existing structure is the one, and that's in the zoning part.
Okay. So with the conditions you indicated earlier, Mr. Conley, you have approved, and congratulations, Mr. Aceto and Mr. Conley. All right.
Okay, now we have a new,
All right, the next on the agenda is R&T Estates. Beth, are you the one handling this?
Yes.
Okay, please give us an overview of the application.
sure, so this is an application to divide a property out on Leighton Knight Road into 5 single-family homes, all with the 80,000 square feet of frontage of space that is required, and there'd be a private road. There are waivers requested for this. Waiver for the 815-foot dead-end road to allow 20 feet of pavement and sidewalks. This is the location. That's a close-up of the property showing, and that it's on our historic farm route, which is something designated in our comp plan. Zone single-family residential, exactly what's proposed, and here is the proposed plan. I have, the size of each of the lot, of the buildable area on each of the lots, suitable area on each of the lots is there on the left. There is a lot of wetland on these lots. And the variances, the waivers requested help the applicant work around the natural features of the site. That's just a second detail with things. I do find this is consistent with the land use, but I'm going to kind of speed through this because we have so much stuff going on tonight. We have a number of things mentioned in municipal review, which I've listed here on my recommendations page. I find this proposal is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, and the standards required, findings of fact set forth in Rhode Island general law. I recommend approval of this subdivision preliminary plan with the waivers specified, and here I've written out the 3 waivers that would be required. And then there are a couple conditions here that, and the applicant will speak to them, that came out of the municipal review process. The first one, the applicant's already demonstrated that they've made an adjustment to make sure that Lot 5 still has sufficient size after netting out the undevelopable land created by the drainage infrastructure, because there is significant drainage infrastructure on the plan. The other conditions will need the sewer design and approval by engineering, homeowners agreement for maintenance of the sewer, private drive, and drainage infrastructure. We're going to propose a new name for the street. There will be mailboxes. And to preserve the water-absorbing function of the land and the historic farm loop character, want to limit manicured lawns to be not installed outside the limited development shown on the plan.
Is the applicant is represented? You could proceed and tell us about the plan.
Now it is. Good evening. Tanessa Azar from Moses Ryan. Our offices are at 40 Westminster Street on the 9th floor in Providence, Rhode Island. Here tonight to talk about the project proposed at 300 Leighton Knight Road. As you saw from the introduction, this is proposed for a 5-lot subdivision. It's a fairly large parcel. There's about 29 acres out there, but a large portion of it are wetlands, so that's how we ended up with the design you see here. We propose a private road to service these 5 lots, and most of the other, everything's pretty much conforming to zoning. It's just these subdivision waivers we're asking for. So this is an 815-foot road that's going to end in a dead end, but part of the reason this has been proposed, like I said, it's only 5 lots, and also because of the wetlands that are on this site, this design makes the most sense to utilize the suitable area of these lots. Additionally, a 50-foot right-of-way is proposed when we propose 20 feet of paving for the roadway, when normally 24 feet would be proposed. We thought this was suitable given, like we said, the vast amount of wetlands on the site, the less impervious surface, the better, and with just 5 lots there that are proposed for 5 single-family homes, we think that'll be more than suitable. And the last waiver is related to sidewalks. We're not proposing sidewalks here to keep with the more rural environment out there on Leighton Knight Road. Additionally, we had some good feedback from the technical review committee, and so we did adjust the lot line a bit between parcel 4 and parcel 5. That's to account for a drainage easement that's going to be there to service the roadway and the lots. So that's been addressed now. We're going to work with the city to find a suitable name that's distinct enough. There's some question whether the proposed name currently is distinct enough, so we'll make sure we work with the city on that. And we'll also address the other conditions of making sure there's mailboxes. This is going to be private water, public sewer, so we'll bring the sewer down the private road. So we'll make sure that there's an HOA and we have approval for that. I do have Sam Hemingway here from Garofalo. He can give you a little bit more of a technical overview, but besides for the creation of a new road and these few waivers, this would have been an administrative approval. So it's pretty standard, I would hopefully think you agree. So Sam, if you want to just give it anything to add, or does that cover most of it?
Maybe what I'll really do is say, my name is Sam Hemingway. I'm an engineer with Garofalo & Associates doing business out of Providence, and I'm here to answer any technical questions rather than elaborate more on this.
So I think this meets all the standards. As we talked about the density, because it's so many wetlands, the density is very low. And it meets the zoning ordinance. We're not all the private road will give access to all these lots, and there's no design restrictions or anything like that. So we're happy to take any questions you have, but this is an A80, and these lots all have more than 80,000 square feet of suitable land. Thank you.
Okay, do my fellow commissioners have any questions or comments for the applicant?
Oh,
Okay. I don't have either. Now I have to do public comment, I believe. Is there any public comment, anyone here in the room that would like to make public comment on this project? Please state your name and address for the record.
Douglas Doe, 178 Lippert Avenue, also West Bay Land Trust. We manage the property, city's property, just adjacent to this one. And I'm just amazed that this came through. I look at this, it's mostly wetlands. And I have to ask, has anyone ever considered doing a conservation subdivision for this property? It just cries out for it. Yeah, that's what we're supposed to have out there. And forcing this subdivision to have 80,000 square foot lots just to suit the A80, when the comp plan calls for a different approach, makes no sense. I mean, they're cutting up the wetlands into 4 separate lots for no conservation reason whatsoever. I'm just amazed that this is considered adequate. You know, it makes no sense to chop these up into 80,000 square foot lots just to satisfy the zoning law. There should, whether a variance or whatever. The only thing that really makes sense when they want to do this is to create a 6th lot and put all the wetlands in lot 6 and dedicate it to conservation. I mean, nobody can do anything with it. It's illegal. Just set it aside as a separate lot. And secondly, you'll notice that drainage area in the southeast corner is adjacent to the conservation land and our trail. And I was out there Sunday afternoon, and they're going to be clear cutting pretty much adjacent to the trail. We've already had enough damage from the lot just east of this subdivision. I mean, the interest of the trail looks terrible right now because of the dumping that's been taking place on the adjacent lot. There's nothing we can do about it. But I would urge you to take another look at this and want to ask, why wasn't there conservation subdivision proposed? And allow them to submit it for a variance to reduce the size of these lots, to put all the wetlands in one lot. And that's the only thing that makes sense from a conservation standpoint, which is what our comp plan calls for. It's better for them, it's better for the city, it's certainly better for the wildlife. It just makes more sense if you really care about conservation values, protecting the land. And it's right next to Audubon Society's land and the Knight Farm Conservation Land. It just makes sense. This doesn't. It's just chopping up land to suit an 880. And you don't need it here. So please take another look at this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doe. Anyone else here who would like to make public comment, please come forward, state your name and your address.
Good evening. Nicholas Capezza, 745 Leighton Knight Road. Also the owner of the abutting property just to the east of this subdivision. I just want to make a comment on Mr. Douglas Doe. Just commented, we have not dumped anything from our property onto the trail. We've been very careful. We had it surveyed. We cleared trees in anticipation of building a house on that lot on our property. And we've met out there. I just want to get that for the record, that we haven't dumped anything on conservation property. I'm not opposed to the subdivision. I actually believe it helps my lot by giving me what I thought would be a different access on the private road, but learning it's a private road, I'm a little concerned about that and was wondering why that road is not going to be turned over to the city and meet all the city requirements. I don't have an objection to the waiving of sidewalks due to what's out there now. I don't have an objection to the width of the road. I don't have an objection to the road being where it is. I just have an objection to it being a private road and not affording me the opportunity to have frontage on my lot rather than a Leighton Knight Road where it could be on the new road. Other than that, I have no objections to this subdivision. I think it makes sense. I just don't know, and I believe the engineering must be accurate, but looking at Lot 5, taking away the wetlands and taking away the drainage easement, I find it hard to believe there's 81,000 square feet of suitable land there. I just would hope they would double check those numbers. It just looks a little off to me. Other than that, no objections.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other public comment here in the room regarding this project? Mr. Lima, is there any public comment regarding this project online? If they are, they have to signify by raising their hand?
That is correct. I am not seeing any public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. If the applicant can come back. You've heard some public comment. One is the conservation issue, and the other is why is the road going to remain a private road? And the conservation issue is, I believe, if I could characterize it, maybe characterizing it correctly, is why didn't you, I guess, do an RPD of some type and put all the wetlands in one lot? So please address these concerns of the public if you can.
Sure, yeah, we did look at some different options for this property and different layouts. We were trying to do a layout that didn't require any relief, and that's how we ended up on this. I'm not sure how seriously we looked at the conservation, but this one allowed for by right lots, and this project did receive a wetlands permit from Rhode Island DEM, so it has been evaluated in that sense. And then separately for the private road, as far as I know, this was always considered as a private road. The city didn't have interest in accepting it, and they said they won't accept it in the future based on the design as proposed. I believe that's how we left the TRC. And with just 5 lots, it seemed to make the most sense to design to this specification. And that's what I recall for that.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from my fellow commissioners about this?
I do have
Mr. Carrera, Commissioner Carrera.
Would there be any objection or consideration to reconsider the fact of it being a private roadway?
I mean, I think we could also consider negotiation of some kind of easement for the private road. There's definitely things we can think about. I'm not sure if the city would want to accept the road built to these conditions, built to these standards, but we could definitely talk about it. But like I said, I believe we left the TRC with the city not wanting to accept this as a public road. But if that's something the city wants to consider.
Could you tell me when this TRC occurred, approximately?
A couple weeks ago, maybe
Okay.
in December,
Okay.
I believe.
Yeah, so under the new statutes, we always had development plan review, but they have a technical review committee, which has the engineering department, fire department, public works, just planning to go over the technical aspects. Usually it's sewer. A lot of times, again, it's fire department, access to can the engines turn around, things like that. It doesn't affect your ability to condition it.
Yeah, I mean, if the TRC, my understanding here represents that the committee did not want this, the city did not want responsibility for this.
My recollection was as the street is designed, it was meant to be in perpetuity a private way.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not designed to town standard or city standards.
Okay.
So therefore, the city doesn't want to accept it.
Okay, I understand that. Could you I just want to understand what you said a little earlier. You did not consider the RPD concept of trying to put all the wetlands into one lot, the conservation concept. You did or didn't? And if you did, was it not workable?
So I know we looked at, just because of how unique this site was with all the wetlands, a number of layouts were considered. I can't remember the exact amount of time that was spent on each one, but my memory is that most options were considered. I can't say for sure what the barrier was for not going forward with that design, but we knew that this one would have no relief, and that was what made it attractive.
Okay. Any other comments and questions before I turn it over to staff? Oh, Mr. Carrera, Commissioner Carrera?
I'd just like to go back again to what we were discussing about the technical committee.
Yep.
Again, when the city said they didn't want the roadway, they didn't want the roadway because as the developer presented it that way. We never came back to the committee, to the developer and said, hey, we want this to be a public roadway. So it wasn't that the city wanted it that way. It's just we won't accept it as a 20-foot roadway because you came in and said you were going to have it as a private road. If that could have come presented to us as a full roadway, that would have been a different discussion. It would have had different standards. And I just want to make that clear. It's not that we're telling you it has to be a private roadway. That's just how it was presented to us, and we're not in a position to dictate how a developer wants to set up a development. That's all.
I understand that distinction. So I guess it should have been as the road is designed, the city will not accept it, is how I should have phrased it. That's more accurate. Thank you.
And to follow up on that, why was it designed this way versus more on consistent with a typical city standard road?
Yeah, so part of it is just that there's the 5 lots. We have limited suitable land to use in this situation due to the wetlands. So it made the most sense to do a 20-foot paved surface and to utilize as much land as possible to make sure that the suitable land was used in as efficient way as possible. So that we think that this road will more than service the needs of the 5 lots. So it made the most sense. It's a rural area. It made sense not to have sidewalks and things of that nature. So that was the thought process.
Okay. So we want to make further public comment? All right, this is a little bit unusual to do that, but I'll let you go forward since you're in a butter. Please restate your name and address again.
Nicholas Capezza, 745 Layton Knight Road, also the owner of the budding property. Not only am I a butter or a resident of that road, I worked with the city for 28 years as chief engineer. I don't know how this became a private road. In my term, I don't remember a private road being accepted. We've had some subdivisions in the area, Lantern Hills, which Mr. Murray is very familiar with. We went back and forth on the width of the road, and compromised, I believe, on a 22-foot pavement. No sidewalks, rural, no curbing, berm. No one else has any stake in this room, except for me being that private road. They're going to abut my property for the entire length of my property. No one came to me and told me they're going to put a private road in there that abuts my property. It makes no sense to me that this needs to be a private road. It would enhance the value to the developer, where the city would be able to sell lots on a public road, where the city would maintain the road. Would we accept a 20-foot roadway? Maybe. We've accepted 22 before in a much larger subdivision. I don't have an objection to this subdivision, but I do have an objection to this being a private road. I would hope that this board commission considers that. There's really, in my eyes, no reason why this should not be a public road where my lot has access to it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, back to the applicant. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Commissioner Lanfear?
Just out of curiosity, the 20-foot wide road, I believe you said part of that choice was because of the wetlands. Is it your understanding that if you were to make it a standard size that would be acceptable as a public road, that the wetlands approval you received would not apply, and you would have to go back and get another wetlands evaluation?
I'm going to have to defer to engineering on that.
It would be right on the cusp. I believe it would probably require a modification to the permit. It certainly would be permittable for the same reason the permit was issued, but it is technically a change. A lot of the design decisions that were made, so when we started this project, I was involved in some of those early iterations of the conservation scenarios that were looked at. I think because of the nature of the area and the surrounding roads and the farm corridor that was already mentioned, a rural section is almost unique to the city for this specific area. So roadside ditches, no curbs, no sidewalks, seem like an appropriate installation on this piece of property. Some of the discussion was, how can we accomplish that? I think we all had the same objective and what to do, and get, the indications we got from staff during those early meetings. We talked about some of the concerns about the road width and the getting reduced lot fronts, getting waivers, or going through the conservation development standards. There are pluses and minuses to all of them. And I think collectively we arrived at this was a good middle ground, that the applicant was in a position that they felt that the road could be maintained by this small group. The drainage system, because of the specifics of this lot, high groundwater and the amount of wetlands on the property, require maintenance, but heavy on the maintenance. It's going to be. There's no question. You need to keep an eye on it. You need to keep it mowed. You need to maintain it in accordance with the wetlands permit that is in place. The applicant is committed to doing that. I suspect he'd be on board with, town wants to take on that. We certainly saw from staff a agreement that type of installation seemed to make sense on this piece of property. Hopefully that helped at all.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Oh,
I hate-
Commissioner, Vice President Coop.
Thank you. I understand the questions, but really, given the location, the nature of this development, we talk about, traffic concerns and developments. We're talking about 5 houses, 15, 20 trips a day up and down this road to create a road that meets the city standards, to put that obligation on the city to maintain this road forever and ever. It doesn't seem worth it. Layton Night Road's pretty narrow to begin with. I don't know what the width is, but there's no reason this road needs to be as wide as what the city standards are. I feel Mr. Capez's frustration with this, and I would hope maybe they could figure out some way to give him an easement to pass over their private road, but it doesn't seem like it should. There's nothing there now, so putting in a private road shouldn't require then for it to become a city road that is more developed, more pavement, more maintenance for the city, repaving, plowing, all the stuff that comes along with that for a 5-house subdivision.
Commissioner Carrera?
I was just going to say, given the understanding of what some of the concerns are of the butters, is there any way to make any accommodation to make that work? Not having the applicant here himself, or...
Yeah, so we can definitely discuss an easement. Like I said, the plan is to form a homeowners association to handle the costs of this. So we can definitely discuss some kind of easement or access with, maybe fair allocation of costs for use. We're happy to take down information from the neighbor and work with them.
Is this for you to talk to the neighbor, talk to the owner and then talk to the neighbor? Is this something that we should then continue to the next month so we can get this worked out, or you still want to go forward with this tonight?
I think we'd still like to go forward. Like I said, this subdivision is fairly straightforward, nearly by right. The waiver is really as to the width of the road, not necessarily that it's private. So I think that, there's, we've presented our case. Like I said, if we'd like you to remember that the waiver is as to the width and related to the curbing rather than its status as a private road.
Okay.
So we appreciate that.
All right. Any more comments or questions? Okay. Ms. Ashman, why don't you summarize the recommendations by staff, and if at any point you want to address anything that's been said, because they've been making representations about when they sat down with staff about this project, go ahead too.
So to start with the staff reviewed the proposal as proposed. We didn't discuss other options for the design of the development. And the development as proposed, I think is approvable. It meets. And I think the waivers that they're requested are consistent with the environmental objectives and respond to the site to improve the design. So the staff is in favor of approving the subdivision with the 3 waivers requested. And then there are a number of, other items that have to happen that you could list as conditions if you wanted to.
I assume the applicant has no objection to those conditions?
That is correct.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues about this application? Okay. My own comment is, I hear what the public has stated. It sounds like the developer looked at different options. I understand ideally you'd want to do something on the conservation side, but it sounds like it did not work out for the developer to go forward. And on the private roadway issue, the applicant has indicated that they will work with the abutter to see if something can be worked out, so that person has access to this private road. And I heard earlier Commissioner Coop's comments, and I thought they were valid. Okay.
May I make one more comment?
Sure, Commissioner Ashman. Obviously, Ms. Ashman.
The applicants designed this proposal to our subdivision regulations. There's a reference in our comprehensive plan on 2012 to conservation development, but we've never took the action of updating our ordinances or our regulations to enable that. So the applicant's responding to what the city has on the books as its regulations. And we deal with that in a lot of proposals in front of the Plan Commission here in Cranston, where we have some work to do to update our ordinances and regulations to be in line with the comprehensive plan. But what I'm hearing from the applicant is that, they designed it around what we have, our requirements.
Okay. All right, anything further? Otherwise, I'll, the motion time.
I'll move to accept the minor subdivision with the waivers and the requirements presented by staff.
The conditions, okay.
Conditions, yes. Thank you.
Is there a second to Vice President Coop's motion?
I'll second that motion.
Seconded by Commissioner Carrero. Is there any further discussion before we vote on this? Seeing none, we will proceed to a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. Your application is approved.
Thank you very much for your time.
Next is the East Street plat.
Commissioner Frias? Over here. Commissioner Frias? I have to recuse myself on this
You have to recuse on this?
one.
Okay, Commissioner Ramancini will be recusing, so please file the appropriate paperwork. We'll see you at the next application. Ms. Valcourt, we'll have Ms. Valcourt will be first. Ms. Valcourt, make a general overview of the application for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is the East Street plat here for a preliminary plan, a minor subdivision with dimensional relief. The owner is Michael and Dawn Boschka. Location 337 East Street, Zone A8, and single-family residential for future land use with a density of 7.26 to 3.64. The proposal is to reconfigure the 3 existing lots to be subdivided into 5 new lots. Under the existing zoning regulations, 4 lots would be allowed by right, and we're looking at a proposal for 5. Here's showing the A8 and the single-family density for future land use. Here are an aerial view of the 3 lots, and I tried to cut up the 3D aerial view into kind of like what the proposal is asking for. This is some views of the property. This as well after the white fence. This is what's across the street, and we also have some houses across the street. Here is the existing conditions, the 3 existing lots, and the proposal for 5 lots, 5 new lots. The relief here is regarding minimum frontage. The zoning regulation in the A8 residential zone requires 80 feet of frontage. That's why under these zoning regulations, 4 lots would be allowed by right. The total frontage for all 3 lots, 3 record lots, is around 335 feet. When you divide that by 4 lots, you're left with 83 feet. So you would be able to get 4 with a little bit extra, but they are requesting for 5 lots with a little bit of under of the frontage. So you can see parcels A through E and the list of all the different frontages that are being proposed. Regarding the surrounding area, the surrounding properties are all A8 with some A6 to the east. Development in the area is mostly single-family, some two-family, and scattered multifamily developments. The staff finds that the application for 5 new single-family dwellings is compatible with the surrounding area. The subject property is located southerly of Bateman Ave and westerly of East Street. Lot sizes in the surrounding area are consistent with the proposed lots of the new 5 lots. Consistency with the comprehensive plan. Again, with the future land use of 7.26 to 3.64 density. This proposal is 3.75 units per acre, which I deem consistent with the comprehensive plan. The proposal is a reconfiguration of several existing record lots for a use by right that requires dimensional relief. The proposed use being residential in nature is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And below, we can jump down to the second bullet point where staff finds that the comprehensive plan outlines goals and policies and action items pertaining to this residential development which support the approval of the application, such as protecting and stabilizing existing residential neighborhoods, along with that, preserving the existing density of the established neighborhood. Following would be ensuring that the zoning map is consistent with the future land use map, in which it is, and protecting and stabilizing existing residential neighborhoods by mostly here making the zoning conform to existing uses. Findings of fact for unified development review. Staff notes that alternatives requiring less relief would restrict the proposal of 5 new lots. There do not appear to be any prior actions by the current applicant that would have resulted in hardship. The proposed use of single-family residential is consistent and finds that, and this is also consistent with the future land use map. Staff notes that there is no avenue to construct 5 new lots of this type of permitted development on the subject property without dimensional relief due to the shape of the subject property. Staff notes that this proposal requires and will seek dimensional relief for frontage on all parcels, which if granted will grant compliance with the zoning ordinance. No significant environmental impacts are anticipated. The proposal will not result in the creation of individual lots with such constraints to development that building on these lots, according to pertinent regulations and building standards, would be impractical. And the proposal provides for safe and adequate local circulation for vehicles with access to East Street. And finally, my recommendation from staff is that staff finds this proposal generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, and the standards for required findings of fact set forth in Rhode Island General Law 452360 and Section 3 of the Subdivision and Land Development Regulations. Staff therefore recommends that the City Plan Commission adopt the finding of fact documented above and approve the minor subdivision with dimensional relief for preliminary plan submittal.
Thank you, Ms. Valcourt. Mr. Murray, for the applicant, would you like to make a presentation or add anything else to add to this?
I think, for the record, Robert Murray, 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston. I'm here tonight representing the applicant, Ronald David. I want to note for the record, Mr. Michael Boscia, he and his wife own this property, is present. I also have with me Chris David, who is the son of the applicant. The applicant apologizes, could not get back here from out of town for the meeting, but his son is familiar with the project and works with his father and will be available to answer any questions. Lastly, we have, certainly not least, Richard Bizdera from Ocean State Planners. His firm and Mr. Bizdera has long appeared before this commission for many decades. Was responsible for preparing the plan that's before you. Brianna's done a nice job summarizing it. I don't want to go back over everything that was said, but I would summarize this application as quite simply, in an era when we're looking for affordable housing, opportunities for new development that makes sense, with some minor zoning relief from this commission under your unified development regulations and standards, we can create one additional lot. There's no dispute. The math that Brianna went through is correct. Without the variance relief that's being sought tonight, there would be 4 lots developable on this parcel. This commission has to make a determination whether or not the relief that's being sought is reasonable in the context of the neighborhood and what's being proposed here. The 80-foot standard for AH zone is apparent. Most of these 5 lots would come in at 67, just over 4 of them at 67 feet. The last one's 68.20. I think Mr. Pizdera would say that they looked at the layout of this property and determined that the proposed division, as suggested, is appropriate. Just for clarification, Brianna, correct me if I'm wrong, the frontage that's on there was the incorrect ones that we first had, correct? All right, hold on. Bear with me. I can't read. Right, Brianna, I think if you look at I caused some of the confusion initially because when I gave you the narrative, I picked up the rear lot lines, but I think it's that plan that's before the commission tonight. The lot to the left is 68. All the other lots are 67. Okay, all right, so that's fine, not a big deal. Just with respect to your screen, your slide, I just want to, what's shown there is not the actual, so I just want to, not that, I know everybody believes me and everybody can see the plan, but I just didn't want anybody confused by what was on the screen. The significance of this project or proposal is a lot size in my mind. The A8 zoning requires 8,000 square feet. These lots range from anywhere from 11,153 to 12,075. They are way in excess of what's required under the zoning. A house can be sited on here, on these lots that will comply with the setback requirements in the A8 zone. There's plenty of area on these lots. I know density is always consideration. We fall within the sweet spot of the density in the comp plan. It wasn't stated, I don't believe, but the lots can be serviced by sewer and water. Mr. Pizdera did submit a narrative to the commission which talks about soil conditions, and there is plenty of opportunity for the development of these lots for single-family houses. Just a question of way deep, a little short on the frontage. Just talking about there are lots in the immediate vicinity, and Mr. Bosch is here. I've known the Bosch family for almost 40 years. This whole area is kind of been, the Bosches have developed many houses in this area, both uncles and parents, and there are lots in the area, immediate area, that are less than 80 feet of frontage. Just for the record, and maybe on that aerial, there used to be a house on this lot. East Street. That house was removed in December of 2021, but that was a choice by Mr. Boscia. And as we stand here this evening, the land is developable into the 5 lots that were proposed. I don't want that, I'm putting that on the record. I don't believe that has anything to do with the standard about no prior action of the you know, that was 3 years ago, and we would have Mr. Boscia would testify that there is, he has not given away any portions of the land. So the land of 58,000, just over 58,000 square feet are the 3 assessors lots. No portions of the land have been given away or deeded to anyone else. In terms of altering the character of the neighborhood, this is, in my opinion, and you can draw your own conclusions, that we would not be altering the general character of the area. And with respect to the standard of more than a mere inconvenience, the hardship issue, if, you know, I would suggest to the commission that there would be a hardship of more than a mere inconvenience if this zoning relief is denied. With respect to the standards for your subdivisions under 452360, the general laws, we're consistent with the future land use map. If the relief is granted, we will be in compliance with the zoning ordinance in all aspects. Mr. Becerra can talk more about the actual property, but there is no, I would suggest, no significant environmental impacts as a result of this subdivision. If approved, there would be no impediment to building these houses on those lots. Utilities are available. And lastly, the last standard under 452360 relates to access to a street. So it's clearly apparent that we have access out to East Street. I've reviewed the conditions of the staff report. Obviously, there would be a there is no, it's not in the staff report, but obviously there would be impact fees that would be assigned to this project at the time of recording, and we would be prepared to pay the 5. This is considered a Western Cranston, I believe, so the $1389.50 per lot would be due and payable. So I'd be happy to answer your questions. I have Mr. Becerra available for technical answers. I have Mr. Boscia here for history, and I have Mr. David here for the family plans for this property.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Are there any questions for the applicant or comments at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will now go to public comment. Is there anyone here present in the room that would like to make public comment on this application? I see none. Mr. Lima, online, is there anyone who has raised their hand and has an interest in making public comment on this application?
There's no public comment.
No public comment. Thank you very much. Okay. Anything further from my fellow commissioners? All right. Otherwise, we'll go right to Ms. Valcourt for your final recommendation and any conditions that you can summarize.
Thank you. As stated, staff recommends the approval of this minor subdivision with dimensional relief for a preliminary plan with no conditions.
Okay. Unless there's any other comment, all right, now's the time to make a motion.
Motion to accept the staff recommendation.
Okay. Seconded by Mr. Barberi. All those in favor, any further discussion? You want Ms. Commissioner Lamb for your discussion?
Thank you. I know when we had our last matter with regard to unified development and subdividing lots, we chose not to go down the path of hardship and whether or not it was in fact a hardship. But that is going to be a recurring issue with many of these. And in this particular case, it's a little bit different because the subdivision can be done to create 4 lots of benefit to the applicant, and those lots will not require further relief. But because the applicant is choosing to create 5 lots instead of the 4 that can be done by right, the applicant is creating their own hardship. And it's my opinion that the fact that it is being done through Unified Development Review doesn't negate the standard that was set by the legislature that an applicant cannot create their own hardship. So in this particular case, the hardship that would be suffered by the applicant if the dimensional relief is not granted, meaning we don't approve 5 lots, but we approve 4, in my opinion, does not result in more than a mere inconvenience, because the applicant can divide those lots into 4 and have, by right, 4 buildable lots. The relief sought by allowing 5 lots that do not meet minimum frontage requirements is not minimal to the reasonable use and enjoyment of their property. So my vote obviously is going to be to not approve 5 lots, because I believe that the applicant in this case is clearly creating their own hardship.
Okay, any further comment? Oh, you want to comment?
Yeah, I've known Commissioner Land for a long time. I respectfully, the standard that the board is supposed to look at with respect to hardship says that the hardship that will be suffered by the owner of the subject property, if the dimensional variance is not granted, shall amount to more than a mere inconvenience, which shall mean that the relief sought is minimal to the reasonable enjoyment of the permitted use to which the proposed property is devoted. There's nothing in the statute or ordinance that talks about self-creation. The hardship, the key language about hardship is it amounts to more than a mere inconvenience to the owner and the applicant if the relief sought is not granted. So I just want to clarify that I respectfully disagree with Ms. Lanfear's interpretation of that. There are 4 standards for a variance for dimensional relief. The first one being that it's due to the unique characteristics of the subject land and not to the general characteristics of the surrounding area. This is unique to this particular property. The hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant. I don't believe it is, and I've stated that. The third one is the granting of the requested variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent of the zoning ordinance. And then the last one is the issue of the hardship. The hardship, the standard is not a high standard for an applicant to meet. And there's case law going back decades about what amounts to more than a mere inconvenience. The statute says it shall mean the relief sought is minimal to the reasonable enjoyment of the permitted use, these are permitted uses, to which the proposed property is devoted. So I don't want to respectfully anyone to assume that I was agreeing with her interpretation, but
I certainly didn't assume.
And I believe, Ms. Lanfear, I don't want to speak for you, but I believe the hardship you were speaking about was the hardship referenced in D2, which is the hardship is not the result of the prior action of the applicant. and not the hardship in D4 that Mr. Murray was speaking about. Is that correct?
Yes, and
Okay.
I was going to clarify that. So it was, my hardship referred to the prior action of the applicant in creating 5 lots.
Thank you, Commissioner Lanfear. Thank you, Attorney Murray and Solicitor Marcella. Any other comments or questions at this point? Okay. Oh, Mrs. Valcourt.
To Attorney Murray's point, I just would like to reiterate that the relief sought is the least relief possible to allow for 5 lots. These lots are much exceeding the A8 regulations for square footage. There's plenty of area and about only 5 feet off of frontage, I believe, for a majority of these lots. So it's just due to the nature of the size of the lot or the shape of the lot itself.
Okay. Vice President Coop?
I would agree with Commissioner Lanfear if the lots didn't meet the overall square footage requirement. But five lots, each of which meeting the overall square footage requirement, then I do think the dimensional variance in frontage is the least necessary.
Thank you. Okay. My own 2 cents is I'll be voting for this. Commissioner Lanfear, I think you make a very good point. I struggle with this hardship issue tremendously. It's basically how strictly do you apply it? And I tend to agree with the Coop school, I'll call it, of if you're going to, it's a hardship, if it's creating your own hardship if the lot size is going to be different and it's going to be non-conforming. Here you're talking about a dimensional variance and you're talking a difference of 80 to 67 feet. So I feel that that's why I will not so strictly interpret the hardship provision on this. Okay, so we had a motion and a second. Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve this signify by saying aye.
Hold on.
Oh, I did it wrong. I'm sorry, Solicitor.
So this is a unified development application, so you have to,
On the zoning.
on the zoning first.
Okay, so this is the motion to approve this on the zoning basis. Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Commissioner Lanfear is in the negative. Okay, that motion has approved. Next motion is, can someone make the motion to approve this as it's consistent with the, for subdivisions? With the conditions outlined. So moved by Vice President Coop. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Carrero. Any discussion on this? Okay. All right, all those in favor of this motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please signify by saying nay. Nay, Commissioner Lanfear. The application is approved. Congratulations, Mr. Murray, and to the owner. Next is the Khaleesi development. This will be presented by Mr. Bergman. When you're ready to proceed, Mr. Bergman.
All right. This is the preliminary plan of the major land development, in this case, a residential plan district for Khaleesi Development LLC plat. It's located along Warren Avenue. It's an A6 zone and future land use mass designation of single-family residential, 726 to 364 units per acre. And generally, this development is to construct three two-family buildings, two-family townhouses specifically. I should have specified that. That's going to be important, on 63,530 square feet with associated improvements such as a paved private driveway with a cul-de-sac and drainage structures. So here is the zoning map. See the surrounding area is largely A6. Physical barrier is the bike path to the east of the property. That kind of separates this area from the commercial area along Oaklawn Avenue. Here you see the future land use map. See the surrounding area is also mostly single-family residential. Brief aerial view. Three-dimensional area view. Street view. The development will be behind the current access, the current driveway right there will become the access point for the development, which will be behind the building on the left, which is 20 Warren Avenue. Here is an existing conditions plan and the concept plan, basically showing the three two-unit townhouses, side-by-side townhouses. Starting out with the waivers for this application, applicant is requesting waivers from section 10B16 of the subdivision regulations, requiring installation, which is basically just requires installation of curbing along all streets. In this case, along Warren Avenue. We are recommending the approval of this waiver because lack of curbing will be consistent with the existing surrounding development. Up and down Warren Avenue, especially in this area, there is no curbing, there's only some berms. And the only thing you would be curbing would basically be the entrance to the property. And the impact would be to the area would be so minimal and disconnected that it would be basically not necessary. And on the point of waivers, and this is Mario, so an oversight on my part, possibly. The access to this development could be considered a private road, if I'm not mistaken, and which is only allowed in 880. So I believe a waiver on that may also need to be required. So that can also be added. Planning the analysis. As we discussed, the surrounding area is zoned for A6, C2 to the east, which is separated by the Washington Secondary Trail. Single-family residential, future FLUM designation, the comprehensive plan. Most of the area is consistent primarily of single and two-family residential use, with some multifamily, some institutional, recreational, commercial uses within the general area. The lot is also adjacent, but not within the Oaklawn Local Historic District. There are no wetlands or other RILAM jurisdictional resource areas, and a 0.2 annual percent chance flood hazard zone, which is also known as the FEMA shaded X zone, is found on the north side of the property, but the development will basically be completely away from that and outside of that. Regarding consistency of the comprehensive plan, the proposed use, which is in this case 2-unit townhouses within an RPD, is permitted by right in the A6 zoning district. And the proposed density, which is 4.11 units per acre, which falls within the future land use map density designation of 7.26 to 3.64 units per acre. And following are also goals and policies that we believe supports, or goals and policies of the comprehensive plan that we believe supports this application. As we've stated, the development is, the surrounding area is mostly zoned A6, with most of the parcels within the 400-foot radius, or some parcels within the 400-foot radius are zoned for C2 and The connected neighborhood, though, is largely compromised as single-family residences with a handful of two-family, multifamily properties as well. The development will also kind of be set back from Warren Avenue. It's not directly on Warren Avenue, so the development should generally have kind of a minimal impact on just curbside aesthetic integration along Warren Avenue. And we also believe that there shouldn't be any significant environmental impact with this development. As I stated, the 0.2% flood hazard zone or the shaded X zone is going to be outside of the project area, and any of the drainage structures provided, or none of the drainage should influence or add to the flood zone. So all runoff should be contained on site, and impact on the flooding area should be negligible. No known rare species or sensitive habitats are located on site. And yeah, the proposals largely, existing disturbed land outside of the flood zone. No wetlands are on site as well. And any of the existing trees and landscaping that will be removed should be compensated with through the proposed open space and the installation of new street trees. For parking and traffic circulation, the proposal, exceeds actually the off-street parking requirement. So there's actually required is 2 parking spots per unit, and they provide 4 parking spots per unit. Generally conforms to all regulations regarding circulation, and the addition of 6 housing units generally shouldn't really impact the surrounding traffic circulation in that neighborhood. And access to the site will be achieved through Stoneham Court, along Warren Avenue, which is now designated as Stoneham Court, which is the access that we saw in the street view. Even though it has a name, it's not a public street. It never was a public street. And that's proposed to receive a 20-foot wide paved road. And there's access to 25. So there's an additional property in the rare 25 Stoneham Court that should, that will maintain its access through the permanent easement. And there's also going to be access easements for, if I show. There will also be access easements for 20 Warren Avenue and the neighboring property here with rare parking lots, especially for 20 Warren Avenue, because the garage here formerly belonged to this property, but now a driveway, and it will be proposed behind the building. And this is going to be conditioned. We want to see the final plan to fix the access point to the rear parking lot to 20 Warren Avenue, because the preliminary submission doesn't have that, but we agreed to condition that. The fire marshal also reviewed it and didn't really see any issues for emergency vehicle access on the site. But what was, which I forgot to mention earlier, the fire marshal did request the installation of a fire hydrant, which will be installed on the plans. Will be installed right on the other side of the street over here. It's hard to see on these plans, but it is on the plans. And we're actually working with the developer to get that all done. So for the findings of facts, The notice has been done properly. We believe that the proposal is consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan and the comprehensive plan future land use map designation. The proposal is in compliance with all zoning standards. We don't think it will alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of the zoning ordinance. There are no significant cultural, historic, or natural features on the site, and we don't believe there's going to be any significant environmental impacts. Proposals outside of the flood zone. We don't believe there's any wetlands on the lot, and project will be subject to all state and local regulations for environmental impacts, wetlands, and erosion control. And no known rare species are on site. Proposal will not result in the creation of any individual lots. Such physical constraints development of building on those lots according to pertinent regulations of building standards would be impractical. Believe that all the proposals generally will conform to local regulations and will mitigate flooding and soil erosion. And permanent physical access is provided to Warren Avenue, which is public city street, and the surrounding properties will all have maintain access through access easements. And we believe that the proposal provides for safe and adequate local circulation for vehicle traffic.
Thank you, Mr. Bergerman. Mr. Murray, I assume you're representing the applicant here. Would you like to be heard on this?
Thank you. Jonas did a very thorough review of this project and the proposal. I would like to just enhance it a little bit. First, for the record, I want to introduce Mr. Dante Calise, the principal of Calise Development, developer of this project. Seated behind me is Timothy Behan, B-E-H-A-N, professional engineer with Commonwealth Engineering. He is the project engineer for the work before you. We also have in the audience Mike McCormick from Alpha Associates, who is our surveyor. And I'm going to have Tim talk a little bit about some aspects of this project for you. I just want to remind the commission that we were here in October. You granted master plan approval at that time. We've been working in the intervening months to address, to prepare for this preliminary plan. If this is approved tonight, we would then move forward with the development and record a final plan with the assistance of the staff. At the time of master plan in October, the commission granted the layout that's before you, the 3 2-unit townhouse buildings, and it was subject to outside agency approvals, the review of the hydrant proposal with the fire department, and asking for a waiver on curb for curbing. As part of this submission, I did include the curb waiver. Jonas tonight mentioned whether or not we needed to seek another one with respect to the width of the opening. Was that?
The request was, just 1 second. No. So yeah. So your request is for the curbing,
Right.
correct?
Right.
And then the other thing is that this, just definitionally, this could be considered a private road.
Oh.
Which is only allowed in 880.
Okay. Yeah, to the extent, yeah, it is intended as to be a private road. I was unaware of that issue until just now. If I might be able to amend our waiver request to also include permission to this to be treated as a private road, I would so ask the commission. This just historically, just to refresh the memory, can we go back to the overall plan there? Just a couple things just to reorient the commission. You can see our entrance on Warren Avenue there. If you were looking at the entrance to the left, there's a single-family house, which is 20 Warren Avenue. That is not part of this development. A related entity to the developer at one point owned that, and it subsequently was sold. There is a reference in the condition about showing the driveway access to that house on the final plan. We have no problem with that. I just want to note for the record, when that property was sold, the owner of the purchase of that property received in their deed, Mr. Raposa, who bought the property, and I've provided a copy of the deed to Jonas. She has the rights to cross over this private road to get to her driveway and the rear of her house. So that's already been deeded to it. We have no problem showing the driveway opening on the final plan. If you go all the way down to where that yellow highlighted area is, there is a house at the back there. This property was all at one point owned by Robert Brazil, who owned the house at 20 Warren Avenue in this property. This roadway or area that we're calling Stoneham Court was part of Mr. Brazil's property. And that gentleman, the people who own the property at the bottom of the screen next to the yellow, have deeded rights to cross over this. So whether we ever develop this property or not, that homeowner has deeded rights to cross over this area, and we're doing nothing to interfere with that or impair their access or right to get to their property. On the other side of the opening, there is a property there, and they have also rights to cross over. And again, we're not impairing and that gentleman was here at the master plan. I don't believe he's here tonight. We're not impairing or restricting their access in any way. So the road we're suggesting be called Stoneham Court, even though it's not, in nomenclature, it's being referred to as Stoneham Court. The gentleman who lives at the end uses 25 Stoneham Court. It would be our intention to use Stoneham Court as the street address for these units, and we'll number them in cooperation with the Public Works Department and 911. At this point, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd just like to have Mr. Bahan come up just to update the commission on the approvals we received since we were here in October for the record, and to answer any engineering questions that the commission may have.
All right. Good evening. For the record, Timothy Behan, professional engineer with the firm Commonwealth Engineers, Providence, Rhode Island. Approvals. Water is, it's a public water system out there, Kent County Water Authority, and we've already submitted permit application to them. We're addressing comments, but that will be, a permit will be in hand shortly. This is also an area with municipal sewers. We've submitted that application and received comments from the sewer authority, and we'll be receiving their permit shortly. The stormwater system out here has been designed in accordance with DEM standards. A permit is required for the stormwater system through DEM's underground injection control program, and that application is at DEM being reviewed, as well as another application for the soil erosion controls. Since this acre is slightly beyond an acre, it needs the RIPTES permit. That application has been filed with DEM as well. And like we mentioned, there is a fire hydrant required as part of the master plan approval on Warren Avenue, and that's part of the Kent County review, the detailing of that and the notes, construction of that. And it's on the plan. It's been reviewed by the city as well, location-wise, and it's ready to go. I'm here to answer any engineering questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions or comments for the applicant at this time? I'm not seeing any Mr. Murray?
As suggested by staff, including the impact fees, the 5 impact fees that we paid at the time of recording, a total of $3,560.76. And those conditions are easily met and are acceptable for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. So now we go to public comment. Is there anyone here in the room that would like to make public comment on this application? Mr. Lima, is there anyone? Oh, doesn't look like there's anyone. Is there
Correct,
anyone?
there's no public comment online.
Okay. Before we go to staff, Mr. Murray, I do have one question and it came to my head. And it's probably in the filing someplace. I apologize if you're going to ask it. The issue of like potential, runoff, flooding, all that has been you feel is properly addressed, that there's not going to be runoff from this property to other properties in this area. It's engineering. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, no,
Sorry.
the drainage system has been designed in accordance with city standards, the DEM standards, and the site and the whole catchment area, it isn't that large. It's under 2 acres, 1.6 acres, I believe, the catchment area. And I divided it up into 3 separate distinct discharge areas. Some of the runoff was flowing left of house number, well, I believe it's 24 Warren Avenue. Some of it was flowing between the 2 houses, down Stoneham onto Warren Avenue, and the rest was going to that low area where it's the shaded X zone. So I modeled each of those 3 areas separately for pre-conditions and post-conditions. In every single case, the runoff was less and the volume was less due to the infiltration system we're proposing.
So this development will be an improvement for the runoff situation?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Bergman, let's get the staff recommendation out.
Staff is recommending approval of the preliminary plan for this application, and subject to the conditions on the slide here. Should I read them?
I think we can see them. Everybody can read that, right? We don't need them to read them out loud. All right. All right. One quick thing before we go. First of all, any comments at this stage? Questions for staff? Great. All right, one last thing I just want to point for the record is, in your report, it said that the proposed use, a 2-unit townhouse, is permitted by right in an A6 zone. My understanding is that a 2-unit townhouse is allowed, but in an RPD, and this is an RPD.
Correct. This is an RPD.
Okay. It would not be. That's why I just want to clarify for the record that we're not approving 2-unit zone, 2 units in A6s. We're approving a 2-unit townhouse because it's an RPD. Thank you. All right. With that said, any other thing? All right. Are we open to making a motion?
Just one quick thing.
Go ahead, Mr.
One
Bergman.
thing that should also be in the conditions is also the approval of all waivers. It's something I forgot to add.
Okay, so the conditions would include approval of all waivers, including the oral waiver that Mr. Murray made just now regarding the private road. Okay, so does anyone like to make a motion to that effect? Commissioner Lanfear makes the motion to approve, subject to conditions and including all waivers, including the waiver of the private road, seconded by Commissioner Barberi. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. Congratulations, Mr. Murray. At this time, we are done with the first half of our minutes. So if you don't mind, we will have our bathroom break, as we discussed earlier, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, and we'll be back by about 20 of 9. I'll see you then for zoning recommendations and more. 9:40, 9:41 approximately. Welcome back, everybody. 8:41, excuse me. Atlantic Coast time. Performance bond reduction is the next item on the agenda. Who is discussing that? Is that the Public Works Director or the, oh, Ms. Ashman, okay.
We received a request for bond reduction for Briarwood Road Extension, that's Liliana Way. It was reviewed by the Department of Public Works, and based on the work performed today, they recommend a 50% reduction of the original bond value.
Okay. Any further comments from Commissioner Carrero on Public Works on this?
No, I'm all set. I did review the site. I was able to take care of it. When we say 50% of the pavement, that means the base cost is down to 100% of the project. So the other half of the pavement is just the surface that has to go down once they complete all the construction.
Okay. Is there any public comment regarding this? Mr. Lima?
There's no public comment online.
Okay. All right. Any discussion or questions from the commissioners about this bond reduction? Seeing none, anyone want to make a motion? Commissioner Coop makes the motion to do the reduction, seconded by Commissioner Zadelis. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. It is passed. Okay. Going to zoning board zoning board recommendations. The first thing we have on the agenda is Cobble Hill Development. And here, the applicant, it says on the agenda, has requested to continue this application to February the 4th, 2025.
We already continued it to February.
Okay, so it's just here just to say that. So we don't need to do this anymore. Okay. All right, thank you, Solicitor Marcello.
I got my 80.
You are. You know that the rookie is chairman, so you got to be here to protect me. Okay.
So, Chairman Fry, we've queued up Cranston Printworks first because it's the most complicated one, if you're willing to take that one first.
All right, we will do Printworks first.
Okay.
I think actually his is simpler, right?
It is simple.
So the simple goes before the complicated. Come over here, Mr. Gary. Which one is yours? Oh, the Jackies at 369 LLC and Little Learners Academy at Atwood Incorporated. That is you are going to recuse. So please fill out the paperwork. I'll see you soon, Commissioner. Okay, Mr. Bergerman, we are dealing with Jackie's at 369 LLC. Please make an overall presentation.
Yes. So, yes, so this is a pretty straightforward sign variance. Location is going to be 379 Atwood Avenue. It's a general business, C3. Designations highway commercial and / services, and generally it's just signage, wall, like relief for installation of wall signage along a commercial building that faces Atwood Avenue. Here's the zoning map. Here is the future land use map. Aerial view, street view. This is the signage plan. So you can see it's just a wall signage along the top of the building. The relief is going to be from signage. So the signage maximum area for this is 30 square feet. for the ordinance. The proposed signage is 170 square feet, and the relief need is 140.4 square feet. Generally, we don't think that the proposal proposes or encourages any incompatible uses that's disrupting to the area. Because the whole area is like a highway commercial in nature. The proposed signage is appropriately scaled for the highway commercial area, and the proposed signage is kind of a comparable size to a lot of the signage in the surrounding area. And the size, the square footage of the signage is largely determined by the lengthy name of the location. There's no excessive taglines or oversized logos. It is just to identify what the location is. I think it's generally consistent with the zoning and future land use map designations. It's highway commercial services. We think it falls under that that classification. And we think that the proposed signage for a commercial business conforms to the future land use map designation. The following three policies, we believe, support the application, or the approval of the application. And we're recommending a positive recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bergman. Mr. Garahy, would you have anything to add?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, John Garahy on behalf of the applicant, Little Learners Academy of Atwood, Inc. I think that presentation was perfect, if I may. It seems like it's a lot of relief, but it's really because of the facade of the building. It's a large facade. It's well done. It's not blinking signs. It's not LEDs. It's quality signs. There's a lot of commercial establishments. Riley's Auto Parts is over here. Banquet Island is over here. Stop and Shop is over here. So you have a lot of commercial establishments in the area. I think it's entirely appropriate to draw attention appropriately to the facility.
Thank you, Mr. Garahy. Any questions or comments from members of the commission at this time? Seeing none, is there any public comment about this application here in the room? I see none. Mr. Lima, do you see any public comment online about Little Learners Academy?
There's no public comment.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Bergman, can you just quickly state the recommendation? It's a positive recommendation, is it not?
Positive recommendation, correct.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions from the commissioners? Otherwise, we'll go right to motions. Okay, motions are in order. Mr. Zales makes a motion to do a positive recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Zadelis. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Oh, you wanted to be your second? I didn't. I said, I thought, oh, I'm sorry, I'm making mistakes again. You made the motion, and I said Commissioner Lanfear made the second. Okay.
No. As amended, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, whatever. All right. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. All those opposed? You pass. Thank you.
I appreciate the courtesy as well. Thank you.
We will now go to Printworks. CPW True Storage LLC.
Oh, that's better. This application for a variance is different from what we've seen before. We're used to seeing applications for dimensional variances, for use variances. This is an application for a variance from Chapter 17.16, Special Flood Hazard District. This is not a variance that's granted very often, so I want to call attention to that. I also want to call attention that the application for the variance is stated quite widely in the application, and I'm going to make a positive recommendation, but on something stated a little more narrowly. Not all other applicable sections of the zoning code. But This is the Cranston Printworks location. We're all familiar with this large industrial complex. It's zoned industrial with condition M1, and it's also in the future land use map a special redevelopment zone. I'll come back to the site plans in a moment, but I also want to highlight that the zoning was changed by ordinance in 2023 with conditions allowing for multifamily dwelling units, which is what is in this proposal. And the city recognized that the Cranston Printworks property and structures are part of a valuable and historic industrial complex with great potential for reuse and redevelopment, including housing opportunities. And the city finds it's in the best interest of the city's economic welfare and community interest to support the redevelopment, revitalization, and growth of the Printworks property in order that it can again make a significant contribution to the city's industrial and commercial tax revenue base. So, all the ducks are in a line in terms of the city being behind the redevelopment of this property. The issue here, and the variance is requesting very specific relief from the special flood hazard zone. This is the site plan. And the area that's really right on the waterway. And here's a more detailed view of what would be inside the building, a floor plan. That's an aerial view of the site. This is the building. And that's important in the application because under federal law, there's a provision allowing you to make compensatory storage in order to develop within the floodway. And that is what they like to do as an applicant. So, again, the plan in general, redevelopment of the Cranston Printworks is aligned with the comprehensive plan. Also want to highlight under Natural Hazards Goal 1, making Cranston increasingly resilient to the natural hazards and with the highest risks of the level of concern, storms, hurricanes, flooding, high winds, and extreme heat. And in our comprehensive plan, one of the action items is to renew the regulations for new development, such as flood hazard overlay district and the building codes to ensure that they are up to date with the latest best practices. I think that's really key to this, to my positive recommendation in this application, is to the extent that the Cranston ordinances aren't aligned with the federal ordinances and state. I think there's a little room for leniency. I've put up the flood map again here. The floodway itself impacts the speed within the sea. Quite a bit of the site is in the floodway. It's also, I think, relevant and will have to be taken care of that there's a high hazard dam. The Cranston Printworks Dam is considered a high hazard dam just because of the development that's downstream from it. And in the last year, there's a notice of violation out that considering that the dam is unsafe. So there's some maintenance that has to be done on the dam before you'd want to construct more dwelling units below the dam. So, really I think the key provisions in our statute is it says, the ZBR shall not grant a variance unless the applicant demonstrates, among other things, that the development is not in the floodway. But this development is in the floodway. Section 1716-120C allows for variances for the rehabilitation of a historic structure. While Building B in the proposal is part of the historic Cranston Printworks, it does not meet the definition of historic structure as defined in 1716-050. But, as we all know, the historic nature of the building is exactly why the rehabilitation and floodproofing of Building B is desirable. It's not just any building, it's just a new building that somebody built in the floodplain. It's a building built to take advantage of water power that modified the floodway in its construction. So this last part, the application speaks to this section here, which is a federal code reference. Usually I don't reference federal code in my planning memos, but the application includes calculations to show that it will not create any increase in base flood elevation as required by, that citation, the city shall prohibit encroachments including fill, new construction, substantial improvements. This rehabilitation would definitely be a substantial improvement, and other developments within the adopted regulatory floodway unless it has been demonstrated through hydrologic and hydraulic analysis performed in accordance with standards engineering practice that the proposed encroachment would not result in any increase in flood levels within the community during the occurrence of the base flood discharge. So buildings B and C are in a deteriorated state and located in the 1% flood area and partially in the floodway. With the proposed demolition of Building C, the project is calculated to have a net increase of approximately 95,000 cubic feet of additional flood storage within the project limits. This calculation is key to determining if the city may permit the substantial improvements. And my recommendation is this would need to be peer reviewed because I'm not qualified to review these calculations and in consultation with the Rhode Island Emergency Management Association, which takes point on floodplain management. So the comprehensive plan recognizes the need to examine the city floodplain hazard overlay district to ensure they are up to date with the latest best practices, and the need for the variance may arise from this lack of updates. I already mentioned the dam inundation area. So staff finds that this development proposal for 1381 Cranston Street is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan and compatible with the general character of the surrounding neighborhood. Planning staff cannot review the hydrologic analysis and recommends an engineering peer review in consultation with Rhode Island Emergency Management Agency before proceeding, with the development, not with the variance. Based on this finding, we make a positive recommendation for the zoning board, waiving the specific Cranston requirement in section 1716-108B, which says to have the lowest floor, including the basement and utilities, elevated 3 feet higher than the flood depth number specified on the flood insurance rate map, above the highest adjacent grade. Certainly, no variance to the Cranston Code exempts the applicant from complying with federal and state requirements, including the requirement that the first floor of Building B must be dry flood proofed to the designed flood elevation or be usable solely for parking of vehicles or building access or storage, so that it doesn't even meet the definition of lowest floor. But so knowing we can't waive the requirements of other jurisdictions, I feel like we can make a positive recommendation to waive this very specific Cranston requirement that the floor be elevated by 3 feet.
Thank you, Ms. Ashman. Mr. Murray, on behalf of the applicant, do you have something you want to tell us?
Well, if this is a motion to approve and you want to vote, we could save some time. Seriously, again, for the record, Robert Murray, 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston, on behalf of Brady Sullivan Properties and the actual owners of the former Cranston Print Works at 1381 Cranston Street. Let me just give some background here. I want to note for your available for your interest and questions this evening is Michael Malinowski from Allen and Majors engineering firm. Mike has been doing the engineering on this project and other work for Brady Sullivan on other mill developments, and he much of the analysis in the narrative. He did prepare the narrative that has much of the analysis Beth was just referring to. We also have 3 representatives who've come down from New Hampshire this evening from Brady Sullivan who are actually boots on the ground in many instances working this project. I can tell you that, I know the mayor mentioned this project in his inaugural address last night. Seems about every 3 weeks he asks me what's going on with the print work, so there's considerable community interest in this, both at the city council level and the administration. This application to the zoning board came about a month ago. We're in the process of doing multiple things here. One, we're getting ready to come back to the commission. You gave master plan approval. We're going to be coming back for preliminary approval for the overall project. Prior to that, we will go to the Development Plan Review Committee for their preliminary approval. So we're working towards that submission, which is imminent. About a month ago, this project is a challenge for me as a lawyer. It's a challenge for, I know, the Building Inspection Department, and we've been working with the Public Works Department. Mike has been working with Veolia Water. We have the permits needed. About a month ago, we thought it would be good to have a site visit with the building officials, and Mr. Rodeo and Mr. Pikel came and took a tour of the buildings. And I know some of the members of the commission might have done that in the past, and we'd certainly make the building available again if you'd like, but I wouldn't recommend it on 20-degree days, but I don't recommend it on 90-degree days either. But it was it was an eye-opening opportunity for the building officials who are, going to be wrestling with this mill development project. I don't think we've had one of this scope in the city in many, many years. And Brady Sullivan wants to assist the city wherever possible on a technical basis, and everything's open for discussion. As we toured the building, and I'm going to have Mike talk a little bit about this, but there are multiple buildings here, and just to refresh your memory for those who might not have been involved, this project incorporates two facets. First, and the reason for the zone change through the city council was it's an industrial zone property, it's a special redevelopment area, but Brady Sullivan's, they have two components of their business, multifamily apartments and self-storage. And this, they've done projects throughout the state of Rhode Island, many you may be familiar with, American Tourister, several mills down in Coventry, Bristol, Providence. They've made a sizable commitment and investment in the state of Rhode Island. They operate in Massachusetts and New Hampshire, and mill development is kind of their niche that they've really done great things with. The print works is a challenge, and they knew it when they took it on, but we're ready to, this is ready to blast off, so it's taken a while. In the discussions with Mr. Rodeo, Mr. Pikel, in building B and D, particularly in B, we're raising the floor by 3 feet to get it above the flood elevation, okay? And I don't know if you've seen pictures of them, I know the zoning board has them. If you walk through these buildings right now, you can see where, with a, not a magic marker, but with paint, they've identified how far we're actually going to have to raise these floors. Some of the buildings will have apartments, the upper levels, self-storage. Some are going to be for parking areas for vehicles. Mr. Rodeo and Mr. Pikel raised the issue of this provision in the ordinance that talked about exceeding the flood elevation by an additional 3 feet. I can tell you, I'm not sure I totally agree with that analysis, and I think maybe they're rethinking it, because this ordinance talks about standards for things called shallow flooding zones. And I'm not sure we're in a shallow flooding zone, but we need to move this project forward. The if we disagreed with their interpretation, our rights would have been to appeal to the zoning board. So with their blessing, there is right within the ordinance a mechanism to ask for a variance from the provisions of the entire flood ordinance, section 1716, for special flood hazard districts. We chose just to proceed right away to ask for the variance and come before the zoning board and hopefully with your recommendation, a justification why it's appropriate. So that's kind of the genesis of how we got here. And I want to note that it's in Mike's report. Building C, as you see on that plan before you, is the one closest to the canal. You know, if you're looking at this plan, the dam is to the right. It goes under, the waterway goes under Cranston Street, but obviously we're right at Cranston Street. But Building C is going to be removed. It helps this flood issue, and Mike can talk about that. But in all honesty, the condition of that building has deteriorated to the point where they started to do some interior cleaning and shoring up, and it became a danger zone for the workers. And they've made a decision to take that away, and it will reduce the number of apartments on this site. But at this point, we're going to stay, I think it's 29 apartments we lose. But we're not, at this point, looking to propose getting back to the 129. We're focused on the remainder of the building. So I just wanted to give some background. Obviously, what you see in that plan are self-storage. That's closer to Dyer Avenue at the other end of the property, which is way above the flood zone. So Building A is the building you see when you come into the property now, and was the office building for Cranston Print Works for many years. So with that, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to have Mike Malinowski come up to just talk about some of these issues so you can have the proper context of what they're trying to do, why we believe the zoning board should grant the variance sought, and at the end of the day, we'll be able to get this project going.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Malinowski. I'm with Allen & Major Associates. We have offices in Manchester, Woburn, and Lakeville, Massachusetts. As Mr. Murray had stated, Building B is unique as it's classified as a single building there. If you actually walk through the building, it is a myriad of a bunch of different buildings. And you can see it better from there. You can see the different colors of the roof. There's probably 6 different buildings that have been added on. Each of those buildings has a slightly different floor elevation as you walk through that building. And when we went through and looked at the floodplain, as you get out closest to the dam, the flood elevation is about at the finished floor at the exterior of the building. The interior floor actually drops down about 3.5 feet inside the building. And then steps as you start to get through towards that sort of grass oval out towards Dyer Ave. What we're proposing to do is to level off the floors, which then picks the interior floor elevations up to the existing grade closest to the dam. It does raise it as you wrap around, but the architect has made provisions to ramp internally so that we can maintain the existing doors. It's tough to see in this, but it's masonry construction. There's big overhead doors that have been utilized for the self-storage portion that allow entrance into the building. If we needed to raise in some of those areas, it was in excess of 6 feet. We lose the ability to get into the building. The building was constructed, the main building somewhere in the hundreds. It's predates any of the FEMA regulations. The FEMA floodway is a man-made canal that runs from the dam under Dyer Ave. The small piece that's illustrated within the building of the floodway, it doesn't come into the building. It is a solid masonry structure. In the portions of Building C that are coming down towards the rear of that is actually a overflow structure that was supporting the dam. So there's actually a bypass that's up behind Building C. With the removal of that, as stated in our report, we gain about 95,000 cubic feet of storage on that entire property, which far exceeds any of the limit proposed. The request for the variance is to reconstruct the floor within the confines of the existing building. There's going to be no expansion in the building, so all the work is internal to the property. That sort of gets the nuts and bolts of the stormwater and the flood aspects of the project. We do have some additional regrading in the center courtyard, which lowers that area as well and adds to the overall addition of flood storage within that area. I'll touch a little bit on the dam. The notice of violation that was received, it wasn't, they classified it as an unsafe condition. The premise behind it was that the RIDEM Dam Bureau could not complete their observations of the dam due to excessive vegetation. That was really stated in the notice. The vegetation has been removed in that area. We're waiting for a reevaluation of the dam. They have until the 12th of January to complete that. So that is why it doesn't show up as being completed yet, because they haven't done their final inspection. We don't suspect that there's anything wrong with the dam, it's just that they could not complete their observations. As part of the work, and we have representatives here that are doing the construction, that entire perimeter of that building will be flood proofed up above the base flood elevations. So the existing masonry structures are there. They'll be reinforced, flood proofed, so that the storage component in that building will be protected from potential flooding.
Okay. Mr. Murray, is there anyone else you want to present at this time? Okay. I'll start off the questioning, and this will be sometimes for Mr. Malinowski, sometimes it will be for you, Mr. Murray. Mr. Malinowski, the 95,000 cubic feet, how would you phrase that? Like reduction in flood? Or what do you call that, 95,000 cubic feet? Is it you talk about flood storage. What do you mean by that exactly?
So the building itself takes up space within the confines of the property that displaces water. When you remove that, you can get that water into the site without pushing it downstream.
Okay.
So that's basically what we're doing is we can get 95,000 cubic feet of additional water within that confines of the property before it starts to impact any properties downstream.
And by doing so, you're reducing flooding, right?
We're reducing flooding. We're also reducing the impacts that would be felt downstream.
Okay. And you did this analysis, correct?
Correct.
All right. Has anyone else other than yourself reviewed it to verify it?
So as part of this, we actually have our RIDEM permit, and those calculations were actually submitted as part of our stormwater analysis through RIDEM, and they have issued their permit. The initial, when we initially submitted those, Building C was still included as part of the design, and we had a net reduction or a net increase in flood storage. We've added substantially more, but RIDEM has reviewed the initial calculations and issued the permits.
They reviewed it and issued a permit, which means in some way they agree with it, right? Okay, that's what I understand. Ms. Ashman brought up the federal requirement, federal regulation. If you're not the correct person to ask this, I can ask it of your attorney. The kind of analysis that's been I believe, required under the federal regulation? Have you already performed that additional analysis, or is that part of our RIDEMs?
That's part of the RIDEM, so it's both, they look at the same sort of criteria. We have to do a sort of sliced analysis of, and that's what's presented in our narrative. There was a spreadsheet figure, and we basically have to look at what the existing ground is up to and above the flood elevation at each level, and we take slices, and we calculate what the net additional storage is, and that is the same calculation as the federal require us to do. So they're one and the same.
Okay. You made a representation earlier. Excuse me, let me start out differently. As you are aware, we have information here that there is a notice of a violation in regards to the dam. As you understand, this is concerning. This is the fundamentals of zoning and planning is safety first, period. Your representation is that they made that finding of a violation that's unsafe because they couldn't figure out the underlying structure because of vegetation?
Correct. So I pulled up the notice of violation and read it, and what it states is that they couldn't complete their annual inspections of the embankment and the, what they call the sluice way, on the backside of the dam. So they couldn't inspect the actual dam structure because there had been invasive species that had come and filled in and gone right down to the water. So they couldn't actually look at the ground to see if the actual earth and structure of the dam was intact, or if there was any sort of deterioration or decay of that area. And that is specific to, and that is what is stated in the notice of violation, that they could not do the inspection.
And you said the vegetation has been removed. It's, I assume, removed by Printworks? I mean, you're a company or some sort, okay. When do you expect them to go out again to inspect this?
I am not sure when that has been scheduled, so the environmental engineers that are doing the remediation work and the maintenance of the dam have requested an inspection. So Tom Rems may be able to shed some light on that. I know the request has been made through IDEM to come out, and I don't know if they have specific details of it yet.
Okay.
I know that they do have until January 12th to fulfill that requirement.
Okay, and before I hear from Tom, the reason I'm asking this is just me. You know, I want that taken care of personally before I would approve a preliminary plan. You know what I mean? I'd like to know that before we say go forward and build a whole bunch of stuff, that the dam is structurally sound, you know? So Tom, what's the status of the reinspection?
Tom Remus from Briggs Silver Properties. I live at 42 Mauer Street, Mendon, Massachusetts. So the section that needed to be inspected, there's a outfall pipe that's basically, if you're looking at the dam, to the left of the dam, there's a yellow gatehouse, and there's basically a wheel in there that you can allow for overflow water to go out. That whole vegetation area to the left of the lower portion of the dam, you could not see the outfall to see if proper water flow was coming through. We clear cut that whole section based off of Patrick Dowley from Novus. He gave us a plan of what areas to clear cut. That was cut about 2 months ago, and he's supposed to be getting it re-inspected within before the 12th. I've sent him a few pictures of the areas that's been cut. I have them on my phone if you need to look at those as well.
Before, it'll be re-inspected before the 12th. The 12th of which month?
January.
This month, okay. And in your, I'm sorry, I don't understand your pedigree. Are you an engineer as well?
No, I'm a project manager.
Project manager. Has anyone with an engineering background looked at this dam now from your side to determine with the vegetation clear that it is structurally sound?
Yeah, I did the inspection with Patrick Dowley 2 years ago as well, when he looked at the dam originally.
Okay, and in his opinion, with that, it was structurally sound?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
This is a question for Mr. Murray. It's a legal question, unfortunately. Our zoning variance, the ordinance says, and I'm just paraphrasing what it says here, is that the zoning board of review shall not grant a variance unless the applicant demonstrates that the development is not in a floodway. The staff report says the development is in a floodway. I understand that what we do is we make a recommendation to the zoning board. We don't grant the variance ourselves, but can you address how you grant a variance when the code specifically says you don't grant variances?
Well, I think my first comment would be to keep in mind, this ordinance, I think, came about from former director, Mr. LaPola, and who was very involved with a lot of the flooding along Fortson Avenue, that area there, when the city was channeled a lot of attention on that area, and he's remained involved in special projects for the city on flooding. We have a situation where I have a building that was built in the 1800s, and, in sometime after 2000, or the last 10 years, the city adopted an ordinance saying you shouldn't grant no development shall be located within a floodway. Well, we have an existing condition versus a prospective, so I understand if this was a new development and we were virgin land and we were trying to do this in the floodway, it'd be one thing. I think that you have to apply the ordinance to the situation and look at this in the context of the greater good, that it helps with the redevelopment of the project, it allows the redevelopment of the project. We're creating additional storage capacity by removing building B, building C, and that will be my argument.
What, you said Mr. LaPola drafted this aspect of the zoning ordinance, I think. About approximately what time period are we talking about? Like 10 years ago, 15 years ago? 5 weeks?
I'll defer to Mr. Pizzullo if since he was on staff, but I mean, Peter worked, the city worked on these ordinances, about in the last 10 years, would you say?
Yeah, it was at least 10 years ago.
Okay. I understand your argument. So would you agree that the intent behind this variance was to prevent new development on floodways that would exacerbate flooding issues?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be my argument and my
And that this development is a development that would actually reduce flooding issues by the amount of storage you would have on site, right?
Well, when you look at the entire, if the ordinance applies, and we're subjecting ourselves to the zoning board asking for the variance,
Yep.
Mr. Peichel on Monday had me questioning, why we were doing this, even though he suggested it. So tomorrow night, he may have an entirely different view to the zoning board. But if you accept that, we meet all the other criteria and the context in which the ordinance came about, I think there should be some consideration for this variance. For the members of the commission, and Tom is better at this than I am, but if you were in the building and you understood, just think about pictures, I've marked, you can see within the buildings where the floor has been marked, where the floor has to be raised. If we raise the floor 3 feet, and we would subject it to this standard, another 3 feet, as Tom, like I explained, visualize getting into the building, okay? One thing, we can handle 3 feet. If we have to go 6 feet, think about the ramp, and then probably, then we can't do anything in the ceiling, the roll up, the impact up. We're in essence, really
Eliminating a floor.
eliminating the project in many ways. So, it's a balance. The Printworks operated since the 1800s within this floodway or flood zone. The only people that are going to be impacted by this development is within the Printworks property. So, they're taking the risk that they know what they're doing and that they're going to be able to operate the self-storage and the apartments right next to the floodway. And the fact that we're taking down the building helps the situation. It wasn't their choice, but it is now. They have no other choice but to take the building down.
Mr. Frias, maybe you might want some of the commission to weigh in.
Okay.
And then I would just say to move this along is, this is almost like a sign where I don't even know how, although you're charged for giving consistency, a recommendation
No,
regarding
I
consistency of the comprehensive plan, I don't really know how you do that in this type of
I
situation.
got you. Okay. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners to Mr. Murray?
Just one quick one. Do you know what the number is on the dam?
1-800 DAM Correo. I don't know. 172.
It's just I happen to have DEM's list on dams here, and I was just looking it up, and they only identify 2 in Cranston, both of which are in high significance for damage, and it's only 198 and 320. So who really owns that dam? Because DEM does own quite a few of the dams in the state of Rhode Island. So I don't know if that's part of the property owner or that's really could be a DEM dam.
I think we take the position it's our dam. It's part of our property.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? I'll have a quick question for you, Mr. Murray. How many you said it's 129, how many are likely to go down? You said it earlier.
So originally, the plan was 129 apartments. By eliminating that building, we lose 29, and there will be 100 residential apartments. And all the residential apartments are located on the second floor and higher. The first floor is only self-storage, and the first floor of that front building over there is only amenities. So there's no habitable spaces that are within any of the flood areas.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Lanfear?
Mr. Murray, if you know, or I don't know if this is more appropriate for staff, does the Cranston code section that you are asking that we waive provide more or different protection than the federal and state requirements?
I don't know the answer to that because the building official directed us to this ordinance, and we did not exchange commentary on any other standards.
They're not identical to the state requirements. They're not identical. They're certainly not word for word, no. And the additional 3 feet above base flood elevation, I was unable to locate that requirement elsewhere, and I did consult with the Rhode Island Emergency Management Association. And I should note that they're required to and will be submitting their own recommendation on this variance. Or, I don't know if they'll get it in on time, but
Yeah, so Bob, I mean, I don't know just because we do the BFEs in Narragansett, normally the BFEs are, set by the FEMA floodplain, et cetera. Was there any discussion regarding a municipal regulation in excess of the FEMA regulation. I guess that's what Kathleen was asking too, because it wouldn't seem that, it would seem that the jurisdiction of the, while certainly they could require relief, but not relief above whatever the FEMA BFE was.
The relief that we're seeking is under section 17.16 of the city code. It's specifically standards for shallow flooding zones, okay? And it says located in shallow, special flood hazard areas are areas designated as shallow flooding areas which have flood hazards associated with BFE of 1 foot to 3 feet, where a clearly defined channel does not exist and the water path of flooding is unpredictable and indeterminate. Our channel is very defined, it's not unpredictable, and that's the argument I've made to the building official, who has not yet accepted it, but I think they're ready to tip over. And without any undue encouragement from me, they were the one who raised this on the site visit. We go and, we're reading it, and I couldn't get a definitive answer, and Brady Sullivan is ready to go, so that's why we submitted the zoning variance.
Okay. Any other questions or comments before we go to public comment?
Did I answer your question?
All right. At this point, I'll ask for public comment. Is there anybody here from the public that would like to comment on this application? Seeing none. Mr. Lima, is there anyone online?
There's no public comment.
There is no public comment. Quickly, Ms. Ashman, just summarize your recommendation.
I recommend a positive recommendation on waiving the requirements of section 1716 100(8)(b).
Okay. Thank you. I'll just make a quick comment before we go forward, is just to say I'll be supporting this. I think your point on the hazards, goals, and policies in our comprehensive plan is right on the money to why this is consistent with the comp plan. I also believe that we should not have a strict interpretation of that variance prohibition. That variance was designed to prohibit new developments, not to prohibit a change to an existing structure that would actually increase flood storage on site, which is a positive. Any other comments or people want to say anything before we go to motions on this? Commissioner Lanfear?
I would like to support this, but I will note a couple of areas. First of all, I know we have the information about the additional storage, flood storage capacity because of the elimination of Building C. But we also have in the staff analysis that an engineering peer review in consultation with RIEMA is recommended to confirm that conclusion. So our own staff, understandably, is not able to confirm that. It would be much more comfortable to make a decision if that information was before us. With regard to Mr. Peichel, it would have been helpful if we could question him as to why he felt, and I don't want to misstate this, Mr. Murray, so you can certainly correct me if what I'm about to say is not completely correct, but why he felt he was not going to recommend waiving it or felt that it shouldn't be waived. I don't know which it is, but we don't have any information or testimony from him as to whether or not it should be waived. I just feel that perhaps with a little more opportunity to get further information, we would all be in a more informed place to make the decision. And I assume, Ms. Ashman, that you were not, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said an engineering peer review and consultation was recommended to confirm this.
Yeah, and I think that could be a condition, like, that you might like a positive recommendation as long as those findings were confirmed.
By a peer review or
Or
consultation?
by RIEMA, because I don't actually know. If Rhode Island Emergency Management Agency is satisfied, we'd be satisfied.
Thank you.
They have a whole office of floodplain management with experts who are much more familiar with these regulations than I am. I've attended one training so far.
Mr. Murray, go ahead.
Mr. Peichel, he was not questioning, he was questioning whether or not, on hindsight, whether that just applied to the project. That was, I thought that's what I represented. But that was, you misunderstood, you interpreted what I said a different way. I don't want to repeat what you said because I couldn't do it. But when I just listened to your explanation, that's not what Mr. Peichel did. Mr. Peichel, initially, they raised the issue on the site visit and said, go get a variance. We applied, and as recently as this week, earlier this week, I'm sorry, Friday, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused with the holidays. Today's Tuesday. Last Friday, he questioned whether, I was talking to him on another application. By the way, he said, I've been thinking about this PrintWorks. I'm not sure that even applies, but I'm going to further look at it. I'll talk to you at the zoning meeting. So we're on schedule for tomorrow night, so we might as well just address it there. Just with respect to this peer review, and in fairness to Beth and the staff, there are a lot of projects they were reviewing for this meeting. I didn't see this until, very late before the meeting the other day when it got posted. I thought the peer review, was in the context of we were going to be coming forward to development plan review and preliminary plan. I thought that was the context. I didn't understand it to be before the zoning board granted the variance. At the end of the day, one thing that's become quite apparent, and Tom was there, and Mike, the building official is going to need co-consultants on this entire project. There's no doubt in my mind. We haven't talked about the mechanism for them to get the resources they need. Obviously, Brady Sullivan will support whatever they need, but we haven't even got to the building permit stage yet. I mean, that's the, we got to get through the approval process so that we're in a position to go apply for a building permit, which then they're going to have to undertake considerable analysis and satisfy that, some people say if they get a stamped plan from an architect, they should accept it because it, meets, the architect saying it meets the code. Well, on this project, my expectation is that they're going to, peel this back a little bit and make sure that, it makes sense and it's proper for the long duration that this project's going to be around. So that, but when the peer review thing, I may have misunderstood. I thought it was in the context of the next levels of review, not the zoning board.
I certainly am not that specific in my memo, but I agree that that could be appropriate. That it doesn't need to slow things down at this stage, because we're really saying we're giving a positive recommendation for not holding the applicant to a higher standard than what is required in this state.
Eventually, we'll have to get it peer reviewed anyway before they even go to like preliminary plan stage, so, or around that point. Any other comments or questions from the commissioners?
Yeah, I just need to ask, do you have a DEM permit that's either issued as an insignificant alteration or a significant alteration?
Freshwater wetland permit that was issued for the project, which included a full stormwater analysis as well as the flood mitigation. The flood mitigation that was submitted to RIDEM for their review still met the criteria. We have added substantially more with the removal of the building, but RIDEM did review those calculations and has subsequently issued the permit.
I've had some limited interaction with DEM over the past years, and if they issued a permit, they're the responsible agency right now that would be looking at that, and any type of flooding, any type of flood compensation required as a result of any filling within an existing wetland, they would have truly identified that at that time and would have commented. If they've given you an approval, then that should be a peer review that's acceptable as far as they accepted the drainage calculations that they've provided. There's no other agency that would be able to come in and that's going to do a peer review other than just hiring another engineer to review the documents. But DEM does have professional engineers on staff, or they would outsource it to have that report reviewed. And before they would issue anything, they'd have to be pretty damn comfortable with whatever they're proposing and whatever impact any construction they have is going to have on any kind of wetland or downstream watershed flooding.
This is May 8th, 2024.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Otherwise, it's motion time.
I make a motion to approve.
Commissioner Carrero makes adopts staff's positive recommendation. Is there a second? Oh, Mr. Zadelis seconds it. Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Congratulations, Mr. Murray. Next is Imperial Apartments. We will not do Imperial Apartments right now. Do you do Shanti Hospitality? Do you do Russo? Do you do Gilbert and Anna Madeiros? No, you do not do Gilbert and Anna Madeiros. So let's go to Gilbert and Anna Madeiros. Okay. Let's proceed to the Gilbert and Anna Madeiros application. Go ahead, Ms. Bruno, when you're ready.
The subject property for this application is located at 24 Hagen Avenue, identified as Plat 18, Lot 1236, and has a land area of .21 acres with frontage on Hagen Avenue. The request is to allow the variance and accessory use regulations for the expansion of an existing and non-conforming detached garage facing Hagen Avenue in an A6 zone. Here's the zoning map. Future land use map, which designates the property as single-family residential, 7.26 to 3.64 units per acre. Here's street view. Site views. Site plan. Findings of fact. The applicant is requesting 3.9 feet of relief for side setback requirements and 0.5 feet of relief for rear setback requirements. At the subject property, the property owner had a previous non-conforming detached garage, which was falling apart due to fallen tree roots. To remediate the issue, the applicant has removed said garage and have constructed a new existing non-conforming detached garage. It's important to note that the property owner has owned the garage since 2020, in which the previous non-conforming garage was existing. The newly constructed garage increases the lot coverage calculation by 3.4%, which is in conformity with the required A6 zone at 17.1%. For planning analysis, staff finds that the application is consistent with the future land use map designation as it relates to density. And then for the comprehensive plan, I called out housing policy 3, enact flexible development standards that attain desired community objectives, but also provide a wide range of building types, uses, subdivisions, and site plans. And then land use goal 6, protect and stabilize existing residential neighborhoods. Land use policy 18, preserve the existing density of established neighborhoods. With that being said, staff therefore recommends that the City Plan Commission adopts the findings of fact documented above and forward a positive recommendation on the application to the Zoning Board of Review.
Thank you, Ms. Brownell. Is the applicant here and wishes to be heard? The applicant is not here. Is there anyone here who would like to make public comment on this application? I see none. Mr. Lima, is there anyone online that wants to make comment on this application?
There's no public comment.
Okay, is there any commissioners here who would like to ask a question of staff or have anything to say? Commissioner Lampier.
Just a quick question, I hope. The previous garage was 11 by 21.
Correct.
And the new garage is 18 by 30, correct? Do you know what the side and rear setbacks of the previous garage were?
I believe the rear setback was the same and, sorry, the side setback was the same and the rear setback was slightly different.
And this was done without requesting any approval?
Correct.
And would you say that the new structure expands the nonconformity that existed on the site before?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I'll make a quick comment before we make motions. I plan on supporting this because although it's an after the fact, they've built it non-conforming, now after the fact want permission, want approval. It was falling apart, so I understand what sometimes extent, there are circumstances. So otherwise, I think it's okay. All right, time for motions?
Move staff approve all the staff recommendation and make a positive recommendation.
Motion by Commissioner Coop to make a positive recommendation. Seconded by Commissioner Mancini. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay from Commissioner Zadelos, nay from Commissioner Lampier. The motion passes. Okay, thank you very much. Next on the agenda. You want to go do Imperial Apartments, Mr. Murray, at this point? All right, we'll do Imperial Apartments will be next.
All right. So Imperial Apartments, located on 11 Dart Street. This is a use and a dimensional variance. Zone is A8 for single family. Future land use map designation is single family residential. And project is to allow relief from the table of uses and lot size requirements to approve the unofficial 13th unit of a multifamily building and construct 2 additional units within the existing footprint of the 12-unit apartment building. Here is a zoning map. You can see the building is entirely within the A8 zone. The A6 zone, the parking lot, you can see the kind of 2, this upper area, the parking lot's in the A8. Use of future land use maps, all single family residential. Aerial view here, as you can see, building is down here, here's the multifamily building, and then the parking lot is right here, and then the trees right here. This is all currently just open space. It's a street view from Dart Street. It's another street view. So on either corner, you can see the lower level right here where the small windows are. Those windows are proposed to be expanded to create a new unit right here. And you can kind of see tucked down here, those windows are also going to be expanded to full-size windows, and there's going to be, I believe, some digging around this area to create an apartment down there. You can see from above where the two apartments that are proposed are supposed to be. Here's the proposed parking plan. I believe I accidentally left the old one in, but there's actually supposed to be 2 ADA spots down here that are created, and additionally there's also more parking spots in this area that are going to be created to bring this development up to 30 parking spots, which will be conforming. Conforming for the 15-unit apartment proposal. So as we said, they're asking for a use variance from the schedule of uses, specifically a section that says that multifamily dwellings are not permitted in the A8 residential zone. And also from lot area requirements, specifically they're providing 20,590 square feet. Required for 15 units is 59,500 square feet, and the relief they need is 30,910 square feet. We reviewed it for the general character of the surrounding neighborhood. We don't think it imposes any undue nuisances. And it's not really out of character beyond any other uses of the site within the surrounding area. The property of the surrounding areas. It's all residential. It doesn't really propose or encourage any incompatible uses. They're disruptive, mostly just because the use itself isn't changing. It's still going to be multifamily. It's just going to be 3 additional units in the existing building, and there's no, exterior expansion. It's just everything staying within the existing building footprint. And the proposed use itself is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, but the use was approved by the zoning board in 1971 and has been pretty consistently maintained as such. The property is the subject property is non-conforming in lot size for both the existing proposed number of dwelling units, though, additional units are contained entirely within the footprint of the building. Generally, this is not really significant deviation from the original approval from 1971. And the proposal can accommodate the additional parking, as we saw with the parking plan before. Really will only require some minor alterations to the property to add all the parking. And additionally, with the proposal, they'll also be adding ADA parking, which currently doesn't exist there. So it'll make the property even more conforming. So yeah, single-family designation, but as we know, already received a variance previously to allow this multifamily use, and as we know, the A8 zoning district, of course, not appropriate classification for multifamily residential designation development, but the use is already permitted at one point. And so the proposed density is also going to be 22.86 units per acre, which of course is outside of the density limitation of 726 and 364 units per acre. So the application is inconsistent with the zoning and future land use map designation, but we term that the proposal has addressed the issues of inconsistency in the following ways. So for one, the existing use has been approved by the zoning board in 1971. The use has been maintained as such consistently. The proposal seeks to continue the existing use, which is just with 3 additional units, which generally we believe does not really significantly alter the continuance of the original variance or the original use that the variance permitted, and generally it's not really out of character. And the additional units will not significantly alter the existing neighborhood. Again, there's no additions, it's just all contained within the existing footprint of the building, and don't believe it will otherwise compromise the health, the safety, and the well-being of the residents of the building or the surrounding area, or create additional nuisances in the neighborhood as well. We believe that the following goals and policies also support this application. And yeah, overall, we want submitting a positive recommendation for this application.
Thank you, Mr. Bergman. Does the applicant want to be heard on this matter?
Yes, thank you. Very quickly. I represent Al D'Andrea, who is the principal of Villa Imperial LLC. Mr. D'Andrea acquired this property in December of 2023. When he acquired it, there were 15 occupied units in this building. He determined that there were 2 on the lower levels that probably should not have been there, and he emptied they are not being utilized. So he tried to, he eliminated those 2 tenants, and those 2 units as we stand here this evening are empty and they're not occupied. The tax assessor has this property assessed for 12 units, but there are actually 13. So what Mr. D'Andrea would like to do is obviously to keep the 13th unit and then to restore the 2 units on the lower levels. Can we go to that picture, Jonas? From the Dart Street side of the building. Okay, the next one. Yeah, right there. So if you go in that entrance right there where you can see the stairs on Dart Street, the 2 units are right there on either side of the doorway. So, but there would be a few things he'd have to do to, with a bedroom, your windows have to be at a certain height, and that's when Jonas was talking about it, we'd have to make those windows slightly larger, so he's prepared to do that. But the building's not being expanded. I gotta be honest with you, I've lived here since 1967. When he called me, I went and looked at this, I had no idea this building was there. It just arises out of the hill. I've been on Curry Road, I've been on all those streets up in the area. I never noticed this building, just kind of just blends into the area. And so he's not proposing any expansion of the building. It's all within. And these are all one-bedroom apartments. This is not Chateau Royale. I mean, these are practical one-bedroom apartments that fill a need. But the key is he has more than adequate parking. He's required to have 2 per unit. He does, I think he has 26 right now or 25. He has the land available to create additional parking. I spoke to two neighbors called me after they got the notice of this. I explained to them what it was. And, they had Mr. Brown across the street at 10 Dart Street. His issue is speeding in the speeding of buses or something, school buses or something. But and the other gentleman's on the back street, Tampa Street. They had the gentleman on Tampa Street thought we were expanding the building, and we're not doing that. So it's an opportunity to legalize 3 one-family apartments in a building that works, and we hope the zoning board will support it tomorrow night. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Lampier?
Just one, have there been any issues with flooding? You're talking about lower level apartments, just because I see the grade and I'm not familiar with the neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, well, you can see that picture there, that's Dart Street on the left. I'm not aware of any flooding. If anything, if you continue down that street, you eventually get to Atwood Avenue, I believe. But I'm not aware that there's been any flooding in this particular area.
No,
it's certainly not within the building. It's not been an issue.
Any more questions for for Mr. Murray? I have a very quick question, Mr. Murray, I just understand this. So when he bought the property, he went there was 15 units. Why did he not, what's the problem with the 2 bottom units that it's not occupied right now?
Well, believe it or not, he tried to do the right thing. He knew that they probably shouldn't have been there. They're from the prior owner, and he chose to take the tenants out and consulted with me, and that's why we're here.
Okay.
All
right.
My question is then, if it's zoned for 12 units, why did he kick off the 13th apartment?
Good question. Well, it's taxed for 12. There are 13 legitimate units in the building in terms of, they look like they belong there. The 2 that were down below that are occupied, it was apparent they weren't, so that's why he evacuated. He emptied those out. I can't speak to why he didn't empty the 13th, but I believe the zoning approval was for 12. And he made a decision that not to disrupt the 13th unit. He's left it there today. If we don't get approved tomorrow night, I'll have to advise him he should remove the 13th unit.
Okay. Anything else from the commissioners before we go to public comment? Okay. Is there anyone here who would like to make public comment on this application? Seeing none. Mr. Leamer, is there anyone online that would like to make public comment?
There is no public comment.
Mr. Bergerman, just restate the recommendation again.
Put forward a positive recommendation.
Okay. I'll make a quick comment that, as people saw, this thing is above the density in the future land use map, so I won't be voting for it. I understand this is really, I understand the situation Mr. DeAndrea is in, but that's it. All right, any people here want to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion,
Positive.
positive recommendation from Commissioner Carrero. Is there a second? All right, we got Vice President Coop on the second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Okay, all those against say nay. Nay. All right, I can't tell, we'll have to do hands. All those in favor say, raise your hand. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's Mr. Correa, Mr. Exter, Ms. Lampier, Mr. Barberi, Mr. Coop. The nays. Ms. Mancini, Mr. Zadelis, and myself. So it passes. Okay. Thank you. Next is Shante Hospitality. Is this the one you want to talk about? Shante Hospitality? Yeah, okay, yes. Are you ready, Ms. Brownell?
Thank you. First, I want to state this is a sign variance, although it does says dimensional. The subject property is located at 101 New London Avenue, identified as Plat 10, Lot 1405, with frontage on New London Avenue. The request is to allow relief from variance and prohibited sign regulations to replace an existing double-sided message board on a freestanding sign facing New London Avenue with a double-sided 3x7 digital advertising panel. The existing top portion of the sign is proposed to remain. Here's the zoning map. Future land use map, which designates the property as highway commercial services. Aerial view. Street view with the sign. Site views provided by the applicant. Existing conditions, and here is the existing conditions and proposal comparisons. For findings of fact, the existing non-conforming freestanding sign has two components. The top portion includes a double-sided identification sign in addition to the lower portion, two-sided manual message board. The applicant proposes to convert the bottom portion manual message board into a digital LED sign while retaining the existing height dimensions of the entire sign itself. It is important to note that the lower portion is additionally proposed to be reduced in size from 64 square feet to 42 square feet. If approved, the sign's total area will include an 18.5% reduction. The applicant has requested specific relief in their application, namely 17.72.010 10G, signs prohibited under this section. Electronic LED message signs of any type are not permitted in the zoning code in any zone as per this section. Now, the Zoning Board of Review has historically approved LED sign applications throughout the city, typically with conditions. There are other animated signs in the direct nearby area, including one LED sign facing New London Avenue and an additional LED billboard sign for the Garden City Center. The future land use map designates the property as highway commercial services, and the comprehensive plan is silent on LED billboards, specifically as an appropriate use. As for analysis, the following from the comprehensive plan supports the staff recommendation. Goal TC1, improve and maintain an efficient flow of traffic, particularly in commercial centers and along major arterials. And TC16, reduce speeding and cut through traffic and accidents. There are no guidelines for significant signage development which would allow the LED signage to aesthetically fit in within the existing commercial centers of highway, arterial, commercial areas. Thus, the installation of the billboard is considered inconsistent with the comprehensive plan's economic development goals and policies. Now reviewing the use of LED signage in general. Throughout previous review of sign variances, it has consistently been the stance of the City Planning Department that digital LED signage is not an appropriate use in the city. The following points will restate several issues that the planning staff has brought up during past analyses. First, digital LED signage can be visually overwhelming and may create a sense of clutter and distract nearby drivers. It is in the planning staff's view that LED signage can distract from the overall visual aesthetic of the city of Cranston. A large reason the department has maintained this stance is due to the lack of enforcement with previous placed conditions on LED sign approvals. So to investigate this, I went throughout the city of Cranston and I took some videos of signs which were previously approved through the zoning board and also reviewed those conditions, which is the next few slides. So I'll quickly look at these. This video isn't playing, but this one is 950 Reservoir Ave. I believe condition 2 is the one not being met. This video is playing. This is 950 Reservoir Ave. I don't believe the rest of the videos are going to play for some reason, but this is 647 Oaklawn Ave, which I believe conditions 1 and 2 are not met. (900) Cranston Street. And 529 Reservoir Ave. Therefore, the staff recommends that the City Plan Commission adopt the findings of fact documented above and forward a negative recommendation on the application to the Zoning Board of Review.
Thank you, Ms. Brownell. Would the applicant like to be heard on this matter?
That was a very prejudicial presentation against my client that should be stricken from the record. I was happy to see that most of those depicted were not my clients. So I will confess one of them was. But let me first introduce Mr. Deep Patel. He is the owner of the Econo Lodge at 101 New London Avenue, and he's the applicant. He is the principal of Shanty Hospitality LLC, which owns the property. I'm sure everybody on the commission is familiar with this location across from Garden City, across from my office. Mr. Patel and his family have made a concerted effort to upgrade and rehabilitate this property over the last several years. I was surprised to find there are actually 65 hotel rooms at this location, 25 in the front, 40 in the back. I just didn't think there were that many. This is part of an upgrade of the property that he's been working on. All the interior renovations of all the rooms are about to be done, just waiting for the furniture to be delivered. He's making a sizable investment in this property, and he would like to upgrade that sign that's been long existing. Grace, did a nice job explaining the difference between what's there today and what's proposed. There is a reduction. The top sign, which has the Econo Lodge banner and franchise sign, is staying, but there has been a message board on here, and you hear this every time someone comes here. The message boards are okay if the guy gets out there with the suction cups in the winter and the rain and changes it, but if we want to try and do it in the 21st century, it becomes an issue. What is proposed here is not what is happening at other locations in the city, and I've raised this issue with the building official, and what was depicted there, those are enforcement issues in my mind, and Mr. Patel shouldn't be held, against them. But in our proposal, we are willing to self-impose conditions on this sign. That first, that it only be utilized for on-site use, no outside businesses. We're not going to be advertising, jewelry at Sam's Jewelers up the street and all that stuff. So it's only for the message relating to the property. With the electronics today, we are able to lower the intensity of the sign automatically in the evening. On other occasions when I've been here, some members have asked about location of residences nearby. I think everybody would agree that there is no direct impact on any residential houses. Are there residents behind us up the hill on the other side, condominiums and apartments? Yes, but this sign is much at a lower elevation and will not impact any residences. We're on a state highway. Because of the nature of the business, we would want to leave the sign on during the evening, during the night, so that, people looking for the place or looking for a place to stay. This is the only hotel in the city of Cranston. We're not looking, we'd agree to a static condition of, message couldn't change, less than every 3 minutes. I mean, the zoning board has been approving things that change every 30 seconds. We're not looking to do that. We're not looking for dancing bears. We're not looking for shooting stars. We're just looking for messages related to vacancies and the amenities offered at the establishment. Grace may have misspoken or I misheard, the bottom of that sign right now is 64 square feet. What's proposed is 42, so it's a smaller sign. Obviously, it's electronic, so there is a reduction by 22 square feet, and it is 18.5% reduction. So this is part of he's asking the city to commit, to allow him to continue to improve this. He will tell you that when he first got involved with this property, he will tell the zoning board, the most frequent visitors to this location were the Cranston Police. We're talking multiple visits a month. If he's had one or two in the last couple of months, it's a lot. And I think if you asked Major Catalano or Colonel Winkwich, they would confirm that, with proper management, supervision, on-site personnel, he's trying to clean this up and make this, because frankly, he's very interested in upgrading his reviews online. Everything is, with Econolodge, he has obligations in terms of advertising and things like that. Reviews are important to him. There are times, he's very busy with, particularly attractions in Newport and things like that. The family operates a motel in Middletown, which has a much higher occupancy rate because of the location. But the point is, he's doing everything he can to make this an appropriate destination for people wanting to come to Cranston. And he has people staying here that, do go to, the polo matches or, do go to Newport. But, this is, he's trying to turn this into an establishment that, is a source of pride for the city. The city feels good about referring people there, and he's making a significant economic commitment to this property, redoing all the rooms. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Did I miss anything?
Okay, does any of the commissioners have any questions? I have one question, and I'll start with my comment. As you know, Mr. Murray, I'm pretty flexible about signs, but Ms. Brunel has made this assertion in her report, and I want you to respond to it if it's accurate or not. She said that none of these LED billboards, none are found near the proposed site. The reason I bring that up is I'm not a big fan of having LEDs all over the place, okay? But if somebody has it already over there, I understand that you want to compete and it's allowed. So is there none near this proposed site?
Well, obviously, there is we have the Garden City sign at the corner of Sockanosset and New London Avenue. We have the Chapel View sign directly across the street on the southerly side of New London Avenue. They both have dueling LED signs, message boards. In this stretch from, I'm going to say, Sockanosset to, Cellos, I don't, other than the Mechanic Apartments in the back of an apartment building, you have the, I used to call it Pier 1 Imports. Now it's mainly Tubbs and the physical therapist, Sky Bar or High Bar or something, and they have one other space. I did the mainly Tubbs zoning. This is an economic corridor that doesn't have a lot of businesses. So in terms of safety, and I did want to address this. First of all, we're not talking about the animation that was described there, but we have a divided 4-lane highway. There is plenty of, it's not like, the traffic along this stretch of New London Avenue, and I'm very familiar with, is not heavily, it's not back-to-back, where cars can jump, rear-end each other because they're looking at the Econolodge sign. There's plenty of gaps and distances, a good sight distance. So I disagree a little bit that public safety is a major issue. But you would have to go farther south on Reservoir Avenue to pick up other LED signs. I know we had the Wendy's there. There are some that I was, I don't know if they went to zoning, but, I look at my friend Al Scarati's old building, and that has a animated message board there. I don't believe the Cello's Plaza, the Pacerno's has one. So I think you have to go farther up Reservoir Avenue. Yeah. If you go down to Wine and More on Sacanasset, across from Topgolf there, they do have a message board. Mr. Patel reminded me of that. So I don't know if that helps my argument or hurts my argument, but
We'll find out soon.
We're not overburdening the area with an LED sign if this is approved.
Okay, any further questions for Mr. Murray? Okay, is there anyone here who would like to make public comment on this application? Seeing none, Mr. Leamer, is there anyone online that would like to make public comment on this application?
There's no public comment.
Okay. Ms. Brownell, could you just quickly summarize the recommendation again of the staff?
Staff therefore recommends that the City Plan Commission adopt the findings of fact and forward a negative recommendation on the application to the Zoning Board of Review.
Thank you. Unless there's any other commissioners have any other questions or comments, we could then proceed to motions. So there can be two motions here. We can either adopt the staff's negative recommendation, or we can forward a positive recommendation. Oh, excuse me, that's right, no recommendation. Mr. Murray has reminded me of that. Go ahead, Commissioner Lanfear.
I will move to accept staff's negative recommendation.
Commissioner Lanfear makes a negative, recommends adoption of staff's negative recommendation. Does she have a second? Okay, there is no second to your recommendation, Commissioner Lanfear motion. That assumes then somebody's going to make a motion for a positive recommendation. Who would like to do the honors? Commissioner Barberi makes the motion, seconded by Commissioner Zadelis. Any further discussion? None being, all those in favor of a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone, all the nays say nay? Commissioner Lanfear is a nay. Positive recommendation. It was a close call for me, Mr. Murray. Very close. Next up is, and our last zoning board recommendation is Russo family. Whenever you're ready to proceed, Ms. Valcourt.
This is a dimensional variance for 2197 Broad Street. The owner is the Russo family, Cynthia and Stephen Russo, co-trustees. The zone is general business, C3, and the future land use designation is neighborhood commercial services. The summary of this project is, of this request is to operate an existing restaurant and bar business, and to fulfill the parking requirements with a secured off-site parking agreement for 29 spaces located less than 200 feet from the restaurant and bar. So an expansion of the bar and restaurant. sorry, I could have explained a little better. An expansion of the bar and restaurant by getting rid of one of the second business that's in the building, so the restaurant is expanding slightly and therefore needs additional parking spaces. Located in C3 zone and neighborhood commercial services, future land use. This is the Blue Room Restaurant and Bar, which is highlighted here and shown in the aerial view here, wedged in between two other buildings. There's a dry cleaner that's a little shorter that you can see is kind of to the left. So we have the Blue Room and the dry cleaner to the left. I mentioned that because the parking is going to be shared between the two businesses, you'll see. So this is the site plan. Again, this right here is the Blue Room. I kind of did this for you guys so you can see that this is the Blue Room. This is the dry cleaner. So the lots are in blue, and I circled the parking in red, which the red circled parking is going to be used for the restaurant and bar here. So the parking allocation table is telling you that the Blue Room is going to need 29 spaces over here, and it's going to be receiving them from mostly lot 15, and then additionally also from lot 21. Breaking this down a bit, they're requesting relief from variances and off-street parking. I just wanted to reiterate that 176410, Section B, is regarding the location of this off-street parking. And as I stated in the beginning, it was required that these, the required spaces, the Zoning Board of Review may grant exceptions to allow the provision of required spaces on a separate lot or lots within a radius of 200 feet, which they are within the C3 district. So I just wanted to kind of note that. And then again, the parking allocation is that there's 29 spaces required. There's 85 seats with this expansion. And if you divide that by 3, you have about 29 spaces. The proposal is to give 30 parking spaces, so they exceed the required number of spaces. It's just the fact that we are allowing them to attain their parking on separate lots within a proper radius. This request for a variance from off-street parking is outlined, as I said, in the Cranston zoning code, and the request exceeds the requirements, as I stated as well. They have one more parking space than required. I also, as a part of the proposed expansion, the required number of spaces was calculated based on the increased occupancy load, like I said. It's based on the expansion. And the existing structure of the Blue Room Restaurant covers the entirety of the lot, which is the reason as to why we would have to allow them parking on other lots. It's because the building takes up the entire lot. Staff has reviewed this application in consideration with the compatibility of the character of the surrounding neighborhood and finds that the property and surrounding area consist of general business and that the request does not propose or encourage incompatible uses or any disruptive uses. C3 is an appropriate zoning classification for this restaurant and bar with off-site parking. And future land use aligns closely with the zone, as well as being directly consistent with the future land use. In comparison with the comprehensive plan, some elements and goals that align are the Economic Development Goal 1, which is to maintain and increase job opportunities, so just the growth of the business itself. The policy ED 21 specifically here to preserve and increase employment opportunities for Cranston residents, just allowing them to expand that business. The second goal, ED 2, to attract capital into the Cranston area and expand the city's economic base. I noted the policy ED 26 for this as to improve and build neighborhood commercial areas at various sites. Yeah. Another goal that I pointed out was land use 6. Goal 6, protect and stabilize existing residential neighborhoods, because there are residential neighborhoods right nearby, so just being able to preserve those and kind of find parking that is properly situated within the commercial area, I thought was appropriate, rather than trying to like impede into the residential area. And land use goal 5, ensuring that the zoning map is consistent with future land use. The policy I pointed out here, land use 12, is making sure that the zoning conforms to existing uses, and the restaurant is compliant with that. Therefore, the staff recommendation, oh my goodness.
I think we know where you left off. Yeah. The good news is that it's almost done. So I remember this was a positive recommendation, wasn't it? Certainly. Okay, excellent. Is there applicant here who would like to be heard on the matter? I don't think the applicant is present.
I have my recommendation if.
No problem.
Okay.
All right. No, I understand.
We can continue. Okay, my recommendation from staff is that in accordance with Rhode Island General Law 452441 and Section 1792 10A of the zoning ordinance, staff finds this application generally consistent with the goals and purposes of the comp plan and is compatible with the general character of the surrounding neighborhood. Staff therefore recommends that the City Plan Commission adopt the findings of fact documented above and forward a positive recommendation on the application to the Zoning Board of Review. Thank you.
Okay. So the applicant is not here and does not need to be heard. Is there anyone here to make public comment? I see none. Okay. Mr. Lima, before we went, oh, there we are. Do you see anybody there who wants to make public comment?
There, I do not see any at this time. I do know that former commission member Michael Smith was in and out of the meeting, though.
Yeah, I don't think he was going to make comment on this one, is my guess. Does anyone have any comments or questions for staff about this application? Oh, Commissioner Lampier?
I have to say, this is in my neighborhood, and I walk by it often, and I'm in Patuxent all the time. It is a wonderful new business, but I struggle with this because some of you may remember we have had other off-street parking situations in Patuxent where we eliminated some parking spaces, and instead there is outdoor dining. Patuxent has become very vibrant and busy, and the off-street parking, not the on-street parking, often migrates to, and I guess we can't get it up there, but behind the Blue Room, there is a parking lot for another restaurant that is next door. And then there's a neighborhood. There's a whole neighborhood back there. And those streets do get inundated with parking in the evenings. It's really hard to walk through Patuxent and traffic-wise, even difficult to cross streets sometimes because of all of the parking in the area. I thought that it was great that they found a lease for parking nearby, but my concern about it is that if you look at that lease, it is, the only time period it is clearly for is 6 months. And then it says it can be renewable at the option if both sides agree for an additional 6-month period or subsequent renewals. But either party can terminate it on 30 days' notice. So my concern is that it is not, and I understand we may not have a permanent arrangement, but the length of that off-street parking is very limited. Whereas once we grant the variance, that's it. So I just want to impress on everyone that I struggle with, I don't know how I'm going to vote on this because I have concerns both ways. I want to support this business, but it is, they only have 4 spaces in the lot that they are on. So 86% of their required parking spaces is going to come from this leased area, which can certainly accommodate it, but my concern is that it is a very limited solution, whereas the variance is a permanent thing.
Thank you, Commissioner Lampier. Is there anyone else who has a comment about this? My own comment is I see what you're saying, Commissioner Lampier. If they hadn't secured the lease, I'd be a no vote on this. The problem is that what you're talking about is a permanent lease. You know, there's really no way to create a permanent lease here. This is, I don't know what the market is, but I'm sure, 6 months is probably pretty normal for all I guess. It could maybe a year, but like you're talking decades, it's not going to be, I doubt that would be the situation. Hopefully the zoning board can condition their approval on whatever the circumstances may be. Maybe they can condition approval of this as long as the person has a lease for secured parking in place. I don't know. But
What was that last comment?
possibly the zoning board could condition approval that this is conditioned, this variance is granted as long as the applicant retains a lease for parking.
Okay.
You know?
And with that, the only lot that would be necessary for is this lot to the right, because which I understand is a good chunk of the parking that they do plan on using. It's 26 spaces out of the 30. However, the owner does also own this lot as well, so some of the parking which they are using for the project is already owned by the same owner.
Yeah, it's certainly in his or her self-interest to continue the arrangement. It's just what Commissioner Lampier indicates is that, a variance is granted in perpetuity essentially, but this lease arrangement may not stay in place and the ownership can change between properties. Okay. Any further comments? Okay. At this time, we can have a motion. Commissioner Zadalis. Commissioner Zadalis makes a motion for a positive recommendation. Seconded by Commissioner Carrero. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. It passes. Okay, that concludes the zoning portion. We're almost at 11 o'clock, and I kind of promised myself and others that we'd get out of here before 11. So the only real substantive thing on the agenda left is public hearing on subdivision and land development regulations. My understanding is that I saw this notice in the Cranston Herald. to take public comment. So what my recommendation would be is to take whatever public comment there is from whoever wants to make public comment about this, but continue the substantive discussion to next month's meeting, so that if we have a full discussion, because I don't know my fellow commissioners, but I'm kind of tired and I want to go home. We'll go to the public comment on the regulations. We've been through this at prior meetings. There's some changes. Changing the zoning distance, the distance for notice from 100 feet to 200 feet for various applications. Changing the type of notice from certified mail to regular mail would notice that it was sent by regular mail. A change on the distance of a cul-de-sac, basically from 400 feet to 900 feet. Those are some of the highlights that I recall. We can go into more depth next month, but first, I'd like to see if there's anybody here that'd like to make public comment about these regulations. Okay, it's your chance, Mr. Murray.
I just have three very easy comments. First, I totally support page 86 change from requirement for certified mail to first class. It's not required in state law. Just to give you an example, tonight, that East Street application, that minor subdivision, my client had to pay $1,523 for certified mail. So, for a 5-lot subdivision, that, it has to do with the radius and the number of people, properties within it, but I just use that as an example that I think that's a burden on applicants to, when, frankly, I don't know about you, you get certified mail things, and, I get annoyed that I have to drive to the Johnston post office, to get the envelope. It just, so there's a better chance of people seeing the notices if we send them regular mail. So I wholeheartedly support that. The only question I have is that in section D, on page 86, since, right now the way these work is that the staff prepares, the way I do it, I give the staff a suggested notice, they review it, they amend it, they change it, and they send it back to me, and then I'm responsible for sending it out. And I then provide an affidavit if I sent a certified mail, if I sent a registered, regular mail, and I give them an affidavit and the list that went to. The applicant shall submit a certificate of mailing to the U.S. Post Office and a notarized affidavit to attest to the mailing. I do the notarized affidavit by rote now, so I just don't know what, I want to be clear here. What is a certificate of mailing from the U.S. Post Office?
Can you use your microphone?
And they certify, they stamp it that you've mailed it, so so the cost isn't $8.22. It's a form, it's a 4-digit form. So it's kind of a hybrid. So they're not just taking your word. It's not just an affidavit. It's a certification that you mailed.
Well,
that's allowed under state law.
What I do, and I did it for East Street, 158 notices.
Yep.
I go there, and they stamp a receipt for every
Yeah, but that's
envelope.
what's certified, right?
Yes.
But this is, and again, it's late, and I just put my computer away, but I can email you tomorrow, or I can talk to you. It's a form of mailing where, again, you're giving the post office 100 envelopes, and they will stamp that it's actually being mailed. So
I don't want to belabor the point.
No.
I know that when we do tax sales and things like that, we don't do the individual stamps. There is a form. That,
Yeah, and
that somebody else in my office does.
Yeah, that's what the state.
Well, all right, I'll clarify that. That's fine. The only other two comments I have is, and this is a minor point, on page 52. We go from may to shall, okay? I have no problem with language with respect to the technical review committee says the application shall be reviewed by the TRC prior to the first commission meeting. It used to say may. I have no problem with a shall there. But then it says, and the TRC shall comment and make recommendations to the commission. Oftentimes, we go there, and the building official has no comments. Jason goes around the room, and people don't have any comments. So I would suggest it stay may, but, because my question is no comment part of the shall comment, or I just think it invites an interpretation where, somebody gets up and says, Mr. Murray, you did not get any comments from the TRC, and, so I would suggest leaving it at may. And I think that was, the only other question, the effective date of these will be the night that the planning commission approves them. Am I correct? Okay. Well, I'm a little disappointed it's not going to happen tonight because I have two big projects coming that we're going to have to certify at considerable cost. So
You want us to have a special meeting for you?
No. I don't want to have a special meeting. I mean, it is what it is.
Okay,
It'll be effective the night.
that's right. All right, thank you. Mr. Marcel, what are you saying? Okay.
There's got to be an appeal period. There's an appeal period for everything. I don't know. No one's ever asked that question.
I mean, I know at the state, you mean like an appeal period for regulation adoption? After, I know at the administrative, like the APA at the state level, it's like usually 20
20
days or
days.
something. Yeah, I don't know about the city. Any case, is there any other public comment online, Mr. Lima, for this?
There is no public comment.
Okay, I didn't think so. Could I have a motion to continue this matter to the February meeting, these regulations?
Mr. Chairman, would it be appropriate to make a motion to close the public hearing at this point?
Oh, sure, that's a good idea. Thank you very much. Mr. Commissioner Coop has made a motion to close the public hearing. Second, Commissioner Mancini. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Now, I think a motion would be ordered, or we could have this matter continued for a vote in the February meeting.
So moved.
Commissioner Coop has made that motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Lanfear seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Say nay. Ayes have it. Okay, that's it. We go to the Planning Director's report. Director Pizzulo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, next week we have a visit from our friends at FEMA. It's called the Community Assistance Visit. Yeah, so basically they go through all of our requirements and make sure we're on target. There's a lot of information from the building department. They make us make sure that we are following our requirements. So, I don't know, I felt worse going into one of these meetings, so Beth has been on top of that. Next is, as soon as we're done with these subdivision regs, we have a package of zoning amendments, mostly coming from the package of legislation from the 2024 session. And also, the more we look at this, the more things that we find that are outdated, that are useless, or things that we want to change. So it's kind of like a rabbit hole every time we start looking at zoning. Whole sections need to be redone, especially related to accessory dwelling unit. So we have to work on that. Merger, pre-existing lots of record. So that is something we're going to be working on this month. Next, I just wanted to mention the comp plan is still not really done. We're going to have to do phase 2. So phase 2 is going to be starting in the winter into the spring. We have the consultant, and we might have some other help with us to work on research and writing of that plan. Next, February is going to be an interesting meeting. We have a return of proposal site, which I've seen many times, Mulligan's Island. There is a proposal for Mulligan's Island, which is substantial. The most substantial we've ever seen. And that requires public pre-application with this board and the city council. So that's going to be publicized. That will be a meeting we want to do at the February meeting. The meeting will also be at Cranston East, correct? Did we get verification about that? Oh, we did not get verification, nix that. But we're trying to, right? Right, so very well could be at Cranston East, so, to be determined. But that's important to take the temperature of the idea that is going to be put on the table. And like I said, it's substantial. So, we've done several of these in the past. So that's that. Finally, as you all know, this is my last meeting. I will not be back and before this board. This is my 20th year. I've done hundreds of these meetings with many iterations of this board, and I'm sad to leave, but it is time to go. So I appreciated working with all of you, and if you need anything from me, I am a forever friend of Cranston, so I will always pick up the phone or answer that email. So in the meantime, Happy New Year, everyone, and good luck next month.
Thank you, Thank you, Director Pizzullo. Yes, we'll be looking forward to the next phase of Mulligan's Island. And in the meantime, I'd like, on behalf of the board, thank you for all your years of service for the city of Cranston. We have prepared, on very short notice, a very small certificate of appreciation for your efforts that I would like to present to you now. So again, thank you, Director Pizzullo. We would have gotten a plaque if we had a little bit more notice, but we'll work on that. All right. If there's nothing else, it's almost 11 o'clock. We'll do the motion to adjourn. Mr. Carrero, Commissioner Carrero makes the motion. Who else wants to adjourn? Oh, all right. Commissioner Exter wants to adjourn. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you very much. I'll see you in February.